Hey guys, it's Tarkin. Today we're playing Warhammer 3 again. We're gonna retake the realms. We're already nigh on doing it. Here, with 318 regions already owned, here in the old world, Malakai Makaisson is ascendant, but that doesn't mean that all of our problems are over. No, it means that we are just able to face them. Now, we want to... we do want to protect Karaz, but Loon will likely... no, we'll just hold there for a second until there. We're recruiting 17 Thunder Barges here. We have 3 turn Thunder Barge recruitment now. So they'll be able to stiffen all these armies that were heretofore un-Thunderbarged. Rurik's going to stay here. If Gelt goes to Black Crag, that would be bad. We don't really have anyone in that neighborhood. Morgus Grimson, though, is about to get in that neighborhood-esque. What we're going to do is have a brawl. Now, Lightning Strike would make us tired. I think we'll just take it, right? Because this garrison, what are they going to do? Shoot Iron Breakers? They won't get the chance. Alright, now their leader will have... they're very fast, okay, at 115 on a dragon. With 20 Fizz, 35 Missile. You know, I bet if we shoot it with some cannons and an organ gun, it'll sort it out in no time. The new War of the Beard is upon us. And Elror will be the first Elgi to fall. Look, we didn't actually declare war on him, okay? He was entangled in an alliance, and Imrik should know better. Now, the reinforcements are going to come from over that away. That's just fine. This is not a flankable terrain piece. They got to go all the way up here, and that makes it quite holdable. You just got like a group of guys there, and then a group of Slayers in here to forget about. Thing is, they don't have anything good against the Thunder Barge, except they're big guys, so we will just, you know, well, I mean, they got a dragon as well, but we have plenty of anti-dragon technology. I want to just make sure, yeah, we want to start in cannon range, because we'll be able to truck on the Eagle bolt throwers. Here, it'll get digging. Now, they do have little fences on this map. That'll catch you off guard. If you want to get real sad, just get your artillery behind some fences you didn't know were there. Right there, and then, of course, the most important thing for the artillery is to be able to pop the flyers. We also have gyro bombers for alternate support, but I think we'll go over here. Those are anti-large missiles, though, so those are probably like actually okay at dealing with gyros. So we'll go up here and flank, or oh, Sisters of Avalon. Let's not and say we considered it. But, you know, the dragon will come down, and it'll be fine. Slayers and Slayers. You know, it feels a little thin. You know, 5 units in the air, 3 artillery. I mean, there's still at least 9 guys on the ground. No, there's 11 of them. I'm like, how am I miscounting that badly? It's all good. We beat up on the bolt throwers, and of course we're getting shot by them, but that doesn't affect us nearly as badly as they would like it to. And we're gonna try to spike the prince while he's sitting still here. And oh, it misses. Oh, that's too bad. But but that one is a direct hit. Our cannons are deleting their artillery, and of course theirs is doing scant work against my thunder barges. But now it is time to fire at the prince. Not these other people. Although, I mean, hitting silver and guard and bolt throwers is good, but, you know, we got the bolt throwers offline, so that takes care of a lot of the danger to us. And now we're going to assume they're about to get into motion, so we're going to start coming back this way, and also 50 seconds for them there. Because if they're trying to wait in the air this whole time, that won't work. This dragon, though, tough nut to crack. Of course, he is reducing half of the artillery damage, and equally, of course, our artillery is doing their best under these considerations. He's doing no favors to his own troops by standing above them, though. After all, every shot that misses will still go into them. Hey, there we go. We get a couple. He's getting staggered sometimes, too. Still, you know, if he's willing to sit still and let us shoot at him, well, I am certainly willing to shoot at him. It's 5 units of archers there. I think we actually just leave the iron breakers here to tie up guys as they try to get through, and then ignore them until they get... Yeah. Because now the princes... Oh, what? Those are Sisters of Avalorn too. Of course, we will reduce a lot of their damage, but it still is nothing to just scoff at. Still, with the prince taken down, he's only level 18, and he's got that amount of speed and perfect vigor. But, you know, that is the breaks. Pretty good stuff. I don't know off the top of my head what Imrik does for your average dragon, but it's pretty good. Alright, here we want to give him a stop firing move, and then a fire at will move. We want to get the cannons this way. Or one cannon that way. Giant Slayers onto the silver helms. Now they still have the Sky Cutters here. Now they're not going for a flank internally there, so well. It's all good though. These Reavers are just like Cav. That's no heavy set of dudes, you know. And then we charge in there. They're about to get onto this cannon though. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Yep, all the way onto the cannon. And of course, they'll just go around these Giant Slayers, who are matching up beautifully against all these fools. But, you know, alright, time for a bombing run. Time for a sick bombing run. Whoops. Gorgeous work, and then we just flash this way. Go in here and here and here. Sisters of Avalorn are absolutely worth a cannon of Zhufbar on them. This will do really good damage against them. Just as planned. And here, we're going to be able to just obliterate these sisters with this hit here. Emergency repair flash on the Thunder Barge. Of course, we're taking lots of damage. Of course, that is how it works when you're fighting against the Elgi. But we do need to get in on them here. That absolutely... The charge there... Okay, no, we need to get here. They are getting over... They're getting all the way over into the back line. You know, the gyros were good, though. The gyros, well, I thought they were good. The gyros felt like we were doing something with them, and they didn't really do much. Story of our lives. But the artillery all getting just obliterated. Jeez, am I ever bad at this game. You know, we were not prepared for how effective that flank was going to be. I just saw a bunch of low-tier units, but it turns out a bunch of low-tier units that you don't see is enough. And we get proper thrashed. I mean, we're all still alive, right? But anyway, definitely got to refine the army, refine our behaviors. All right, one of the cannons goes out. That's all right, you know. 2 cannons is too many cannons. Hey, Neo. You know, the Thunderers barely do anything. That's not because they're bad, it's because I'm bad. Actually, a lot of our units do barely anything. That's no surprise, right? That was a weird setup, and all we basically did was panic. This is definitely a 1v1 army. We don't know, it's fine. You know, just started up. Got our new water heater in the house today. We rent, so, you know, didn't cost us anything beyond what it costs us every month. But, played this incredibly fun, dangerous game earlier today. It's called a Super Rude Bear Resurrection. It's like Super Meat Boy, but your body stays on the ground once you're dead, so it gets easier the more you lose, which is a very funny thing. Just like a long beard? Sure. Build a wall. Let's get another Dragon Slayer into this. Well, no, because this army does... It's already got one. Let's get a Thane into it. Well, none are currently available. We'll recruit 2 Dragon Slayers at some point this turn. Alright, what's going on in here? Morgus Pardex came here to Karagmanar. Now, Groundbreaker Pokshu did come in here. Lun probably needs to defend Karak Azul. Yes, the War of the Beard is back, baby. Inlag Azrael is over here, and Damien's army will hopefully not be a match for it, you know. We got 4 Thunder Barges. Do we have the ability to protect him against that many dragons, though? That'll be what we learn, right? We'll figure out if these armies are just absolutely terrible or not. Because theoretically, the cannons kill the dragons, and then the Thunder Barges kill the other stuff. But that might not work. It might not work. Rungi's Thunder Barges are finishing up. Alright, so we'll begin first here in the south. With Scully, Furrowbrow, and Knucklebreaker. We're just gonna dive, right? Yeah, I mean, why not? We've got plenty of people moving fast and breaking stuff. We're not gonna get jumped. We're not. Because with this huge movement, you know, they're not ready for us. They cannot put up with this amount of movement. I'm pretty sure that almost everybody we have that's here in the south, you know, has better movement in regular movement than the Skaven does in March. We're just getting all the way into the cookie jar very quickly, eliminating them. Of course, they're the endgame crisis as well, but, you know, they do have 18 settlements, and they are at war with the people we're at war with, but it's not like we're gonna, like, not be at war with some Thagaraki. Alright, so there we go. All the armies there move. Copperpot and Bugman moving along. Their armies. Copperpot needs something. We can give him... Well, his army needs stuff on the ground, right? Why not a Grudge Settler Hammerer for old Copperpot, now that his name is becoming more widely known. Very proud we are of the Copperpot clan. Only Clan Burnbright, which may not be the clan, you know, but is what they're called. Only the Burn Brights have a prouder story here. Speaking of the Burn Brights, we're going to bounce in here to the causeway, just because we can't get to the portal there, and then Gotrek and Felix with Okri Burnbright, and Ulrika and Storia. A whole crew of heroes will be going into the realm of Nurgle. We've already got a force of Slayers there getting some work done. We're over here at Slaanesh now, just moving forward. And this guy's got a ton of heroes, so he'll be able to trade a couple into these armies and get a little bit more Buzzcrone. We are just sliding down. One benefit from starting so far, you know, at a corner of this Chaos Realm is that, you know, it won't take too long to get out. Like, seems like there's less up here than in Khorne's realm, but maybe there's just more somewhere else. Anyway, we'll figure it out. Longdrong is beset by agents. An iconic happening. Of course, when you get on water, they can't get you anymore. But I think Daniel is almost toasted. He's got one settlement. He has 3 settlements. And as funny as that battle would be, I'm not trying to fight every regiment of renown again. If you want to see the dwarves fight every regiment of renown with the worst army, refer to an earlier video. Last turn, we beat down Scarbrand, which is very funny. Get wrecked. And we just continue going up here. We have fought so many Khornate armies, and yet many and more remain.
Grudges will be settled. Demon Slayer, come with. For a change, doom could come to us.
Because some armies are really solid, and some armies are funny and have like a million dudes in them, and some armies are like Oopsal Thunderbarge, and some are like Oopsal Hero. This is really the only Oopsal Hero army, and it's not like properly set up yet. It's just like where we're at. And the Skaven are coming out pretty soon. We're just gonna have guys in the front and then the bottom, and that'll hopefully be enough. You know, you hate to use stacks to defend. You absolutely hate to ever defend. That's what you hate if you're me. But that's alright. Sven Helheim here. We just need to keep on moving up. Oskag here. Dove in, grabs this. Just churning through the turn. You just gotta run quick, right? That's what it's all about. You gotta go, go. Turning around like a clock, and dawn! This guy's army. We've needed to get hit for a long time, and there's the anger of the forest taken care of, and now the missile strength for flame cannons is even better. Is it worth using them? Not in my opinion, but you know. Because, like, this guy's in here. Whoops-a-daisy. Because the problem is next turn, well, not the problem, the thing is, the next turn we're going to be fighting Elspeth, and maybe, accordingly, like a whole lot of folk. But Elspeth is like in our area. We do need to finish wrapping them up. Gromby is... Yeah, right. So, at long last, we're going to destroy the 2 vampire armies as well, which is going to give magic attacks to gyrocopters, which actually... Or gyro bombers. Once we get this. Another one of the missions finally completed. And that is magic attacks for gyro bombers, which is just excellent. There's a whole lot of things that you want to shoot that are going to have physical resistance. And that, of course, just gets rid of that for you. Very excellent.
Time for a reckoning. Summon me if you dare. Ha-ha. For the wisdom of Valea. By the Grudge Bearer's will. Onward.
Guess he'll go there, and we'll recruit a lord here. Oh, all our demon slayers are out.
Let us begin. My axe thirsts for war.
Alright, his axe thirsts for war. That's good. He'll find plenty of that where we're going. So we're just going to get him, like... some thunderers, and then, you know, we're gonna distribute a few. Yeah, here we go. Here, you can have another thunder barge. Who doesn't want 4? And we're taking an organ gun and a giant slayer and an iron breaker, and you can have a goblin here as well. And honestly, a long beard. All right.
Casting the runes.
Stachel Sourskill says, "All right, the war's on with the humans, right?" And we're like, "What? What?" He's like, "Oh no, maybe tomorrow then." Anyway, I'm here with the blimps. Logan or Ironbrow, same story. He is trying to make his way. In with reinforcement blimps. We've got a few of these armies of the reinforcement blimp armies doing their very best. And up here, you know, we're just getting this.
What? Who's mad enough to follow me?
Getting this army off the ground on the offhand chance that we need to. Alright, so that's everyone in the south. Rungu Truth Teller's finishing up. Inlog's gone. All of these guys gone. We want to stay put with... So now Rurik may well have these 3 armies coming in against him. That's a lot of demis. However, if we can deal with the Luminarch or something, Thunder Barge, even one Thunder Barge, will deal with a very large amount of demis. And we don't have items for this army. That's okay. Not perfect, but okay. We've already given all the items to other people. Now we could, like, take them. We're not doing that. You know, we've got our little minor walls. They will both be in March if they come in. And a lot of this strength is not good against dwarves, right? Cannons in these settlement battles are pretty easy to avoid. Luminarch, we probably won't get shot by that badly. It's a lot of demis. But we'll see how it goes. The only thing really in the air that can... Well, I mean, they've got the Thunder Barge to shoot at. Maybe we can protect it. We'll see what happens. Alright, so that's everything there. The Realm of Nurgle. We've got a set of Thunder Barges coming in. And then next turn we'll move out with these 2 guys. And Iron Hammer's up here. Do we want to run him down? Yeah. We're just going to go ahead and leave with Gemic Ironhammer. On the grounds that Oakry Burnbright's army is going to be here pretty soon, and we want them to have something to do, so we don't want to load this place up so much, you know. And Sourskowl might leave as well, you know. He already beat, like, so many Greater Demons of Nurgle. But no, we might leave 3 armies up there. 3 is probably good for tempo. Gotchka and Felix were the last one. Their army was the last one to take out the final bastion, so they're just a little behind the other ones getting in, but I'm sure there will be many, many a good fight before that's all said and done. Longdrong and his Slayer pirates rocking out.
Yes.
And in the 8 peaks, we're recruiting just 18 thunder barges. It's a little excessive. It's not that excessive. You know, you might need them. There's a lot of Tzeentch corruption here. Changeling, maybe.
You know who I am. Moving out.
Alright, and with that, we've completed almost all of the things. Alright, Vanguard for Goblin Heroes. How do we do that? The Goblin Search Party. I don't know where they are. Kind of thought we already did it. Anyway, I thought we had done that. Because, yeah, I think it just didn't register. That's alright. Because that was the individual army that we popped with Thorgrim, but, yeah, well, he's gone. He was in here somewhere.
Belial's will binds me to you. A rune's duty is never done. You summoned me. Demon Slayer. Slayer, my doom may lie below. May doom find us here. Demon Slayer. Flattening me crest. Demon Slayer.
Alright, we've got all those armies there on the border. We are
If you say so,
gonna push out at Grom a little bit, because of course we are.
Vengeful Rune Lord. I'm going.
And I mean, this is just a much more advantageous place to be having an initial defense anyway, right? Because when they have this land, they probably can't quite underway in. But when they have this, they could definitely come in over the top. But we're going to go out even further. You know, we know Iket's here. I haven't seen it. We just know it. We're going to start the war with him, too.
Summon me if you dare. Moving.
But I have no idea what'll be there. We'll wait one turn with this stack
Walls.
accordingly.
And I'm armed and ready.
Those guys are doing good work defending Bugman's Brewery, and here, this guy. I don't think we need to worry about this in any way. The corrects are more important, but we'll just go up to Marigliano.
I'm leaving. On my way. Lord of Van Morgan.
Because holding on to that will be better. You know, otherwise it could all have to come across the water and whatnot, and I'm sure he's already at war with these folks. Oh, well, no, not actually. But we can't get involved with diplomacy with them until we get them out of the corrects. Now, I believe they don't, that there aren't dwarf holds over here, but, you know. What if there were?
Lady of the Azrael.
Of course, Wood Elves are a headache, and that is a lot of Glade Guard.
Vengeful Rune
That would not be fun for, like, a massive Thunderbarge stack, but actually, you know, it'd probably be fine. You could probably just ride right over the top of them with your freaking 70% missile resist Thunderbarges, and it'd probably be fine. Malakai campaign, perfectly balanced as all things should be. Let's keep it moving. Elgi comes in here, we grab a Ranger's Quiver, seems fine. We get double items now, thanks to all of our retaking of the realms.
Everything was drawn at once. This is it. Good. Grimnir's axe thirsts. Forwards. My axe thirsts for war. Fight.
And this dude's just rocking out Thunderbargeless, you know. It works till it doesn't.
Time for a reckoning. What?
It's all going great on that front. Because really, you know, you can't underestimate the power of tempo. Which, obviously, our enemies are not, they're not prepared.
Let's be having a
They could never, ever be prepared for such outrageous power.
bane of demons. But that armor's heavy, eh?
Now, here we fight it just to see what it looks like to deal with steam tanks, right? Yeah. You know, we outnumber them, we've got plenty of slayers, you know, let's see. You know, you can't just auto your way through a war when you get a fight that looks like, oh, maybe it's going to require something, because we haven't fought humans much, you know, just one battle so far. And we're about to be fighting Elspeth, so it'll be like the spiciest kind of human. And we're just going to deploy over here. We do outrange their stuff quite considerably. This is entirely impassable. Ah. Fascinating.
For the ancestor gods! It is a reckoning! Shocks away!
Because these can probably pop a tank, but I don't know.
Stand together! Do it! Iron Red!
It's not the kind of thing you want to learn when you're doing it.
For the Karaz Ankor! None of you steal
Because they are... Alright, so where are their tanks at? They have their tanks all deployed in the city center. Just where you would want them to be. Do we have engineers? Maybe in the backup army. We have 2 engineers in the backup army. That means that our artillery is gonna... Wow, it's doing so good. Of course, when you allow the Dawi to do this, we're gonna just obliterate anything they send into the center there. This is a perfect artillery firing line, and we outrange their artillery, and it's not even around. Brutal stuff. Well, this demonstrates that, you know, with enough dedication to hitting the fast forward button, you can really put in a lot of work against your unsuspecting foe. And you don't even want to tell them what to do, right? Organ guns shoot so fast because of tech and Malakai and stuff. 4.5 seconds on the reload. It takes them 4 minutes to run out of ammo, and then we're just gonna come in and give them a bunch more ammo. Obviously, this is not teaching us how to fight against our foes. So now that this other army is here, we'll take the opportunity to move forward a bit. Okay, so these guys totally don't realize you can't run through there. They're just like, we'll run it up at the walls, boss. Alright, so we are getting beat down by what? We're getting shot by something. It can't be too good at this job. You know, actually our gyros can go pretty unrestricted here. I think it's just like a tower that's dealing with us. Because again, their tanks are nowhere to be found. Their tanks are far away, you know. If the tanks start shooting us, we'll probably know. Oh, here's a tank. Oh, Ironsides. There we go. Let's do another pass here. Whoops. Alright, so can they damage a steam tank? We're getting shot up by a lot of stuff, but that's not what the question is. It's, can we deal with one from the air? It looks like no, right? Not quickly anyway. I feel like they would do just as good to us as we would to them there. So we're just gonna back away from their missiles. Until we can get more fellows on the inside, after all. As the dwarves, we want to be inside anyway. And these organ guns are now in position to start, hopefully, arcing shots over the wall. I don't know. Alright, so how do Giant Slayers do against a tank? They do predictably awesome. Alright, so that is an answer. Sure, they'll take some damage getting in. But, you know, the question is, of course, what first? So you gotta get your artillery to soften up their missiles. This is the guy with the good bomb, and we do it perfectly. Very nice. Speaking of the good bombs, let's go ahead and come in here. Alright, yeah, so even a lot of tanks will probably just melt to a bunch of Giant Slayers. And of course, Demon Slayers will be, or Dragon Slayers will be equally wonderful at doing it. So the same things that we want to deal with demis, good at dealing with tanks. The same things that are not that good at dealing with demis, not that good at dealing with tanks. Because, you know, with, these aren't getting any targets at all, will they? If we get them in the wall, maybe. The important thing is that we are being aggressive, being aggressive. We're not just sitting out there and being boring. And it's working, you know. The solution to tanks is, you know, what you would expect. Efficient, armor-piercing infantry that can close the gap. The answer to tanks is not shooting them. They've got ballistic plating, and they're tanks. Of course, you can shoot plenty of things that are shielded, but the tank shielding is, like, really good from the front. Like, gold shield level, right? So... Knights of the Blazing Sun can't stand up to it, though. We come in here... And normally, I'm like, you should never move your guys into a city. They'll just get you. But this is a dwarf hold, right? So they're not going to get in a different way. This entire space collapses to right here. It's actually very nice to defend. Only the tower often doesn't get a lot of effective coverage. But if they come in from this way's good. There's some worse places on the map. But if you have just like a one-front one, this one's not too bad. Alright, so we're getting volley gunned a bit, but we are doing alright, and we're just going to shoot this tower. And of course, with some silly abilities later, you melt a tower, everyone's in fine shape. We're just gonna tell the Slayers not to die. It is hard for our guys to believe that I want them to do something in a moment like this. Like, me? Now? And I'm like, yeah, that'd be cool. The bigger the better, we would say. Because, oh yeah, there we go. There's some good stuff. Oh, look at that. Look at that wall of Gromril. Oh, man. And they're just standing there and throwing in the... Oh, I love the dwarves. Look at all of those slayers. Obviously, if they had anything to punish it, we'd be in bad shape. But they don't. And this is why I love running with two armies. The Warriors of Dragonfire Pass. You know, we would now disband them from this army, but I mean, what they really have is flaming attacks and decent anti-infantry, but like they're not so much of a much by this point in the campaign. And the tank's just going, right? But it's full steam ahead in it. But that doesn't mean we're going to just let it do it. And once we start getting a couple of hits there, we'll see him fall. Oh, we'll see him fall, all right. And this guy getting lit up, he's probably got... Yeah, so... If he gets a little bit more damage, then he'll go to... No, he doesn't have the other tanker. And I'm like, he won't go to a huge damage reduction, but he's at 40 missile resist and 10 ward save with the shield, you know. Can't beat that. This steam tank volley dung shoots into Morgrim's face, I guess. It's alright. We'll get better. Because tanks won't run, so I'm pretty sure they're... I think they've long been army lost now. No, the tank just doesn't know. Huzzah! Alright, so what that really did was reinforce that the tanks are not going to be quickly solved problems, regardless if we have the best units on them. Of course, they were probably, you know, we had a lot of troops behind that awesome wall of Gromril. There was a lot of Iron Breakers, you know, there in the front, keeping those giant slayers, both from taking a lot of damage and from getting in there on the tanks. Like, who got the value? It was the giant slayers in this army. Okay, there you go. They were the first ones inside, and they were the ones who feasted. And I guess, you know, 3k value on the organ guns. There's not that much value in there once you see that the other army took 10 of it on their giant slayers. I was surprised, though. I was like, where is it at? I know we killed them.
Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer.
And now, of course, now we see that our reinforcing armies are close to the 8 peaks indeed. You know, it's not like they're super far from home. We are closing the jaws of our righteousness here. Alright, do we do anything with this army except grab a Longbeard? I mean, honestly, now that the gyros have magic attacks, they're even better than they were. I just gotta use stuff right, you know, I gotta... I mean, I don't. I can do anything I want. But next turn, Malakai returns here to the King's Way, and we will be taking Zhufbar, and we will be seeing what comes of that. Alright, is that everything? And of course, due to how this works, the jaws of the orc attack here and the orc attack here end up pushing them there, and it's just the confederacy of the merchant states there and the various southern factions. Easy enough to worry about. Now we do want to...
Walls. Good.
Gonna get up here because he's probably going to bounce inside right there. That seems solid.
Vengeful Ridlock. Demon Slayer.
So we can... No, we'll just wait a turn. Not for money, but just for reasonableness. 71 armies, and I keep on thinking, maybe I'll just spin up another one, right? Maybe I'll just... So, Lune von Karstein here. We either go inside. If we do... Yeah, we'll just get an army here.
Quickest way through is down. May doom find us here.
Because this elf can't get there in one turn, and we have visibility on the rest. And that'll stop any of the 8 peaks from falling, because we'll probably get an underway interception between all of these guys around. And then, you know, Stach will get gold here at the gate. Because Gelt is about to think, oh man, maybe I should go home, right? But how much land does he even have? 14? Yeah. While he would be happy to have peace, he's got dwarf holds, right? And he can't really be trusted to be the steward of the wasteland here. He can't. You know, that's just a thing that you know about him, I know about him.
More movement, less whinging.
Get in there for the bonus replen.
Doom chaser.
Alright, well, let's see. We surely have forgotten something. No, Alden's fine. Guthrie's fine. Rorik's fine. Fergal is obviously fine. He's the only guy that we can be assured is where he's supposed to be at any given time. I swear it, like, rearranges where the listing is as you do it, though, which is incredibly obnoxious. Alright, so we're just gonna hope that Estancia is, like, cool with all this and doesn't get all bent out of shape. But we'll just see how it goes.
The ancestors agree. Demons.
I mean, we've been best pals with her for absolutely ages, but, you know, sometimes people look with a dim eye upon what others find to be necessary. Just gonna go ahead and march to get inside, and also to maybe grab the trait if we haven't already. At late game, when you've got some time, going march in a safe place to grab the march distance trait. Very solid choice. Alright, so, you know, if Vistenkia does decide to move against us, that will be, that'll be sad, but I think she'll probably be fine. You know, can likely get Ungrim to do something about it if she really does persist in it. But hopefully she won't. And our Norskin foreskin is gonna be really good. Just gonna go in here and cut through the foe. We're gonna that's gonna be a long campaign. We're just at the very tip of the iceberg there. But we'll have more armies there once the Helpit thing gets cleared out, and I'm sure with 8 or so armies up there, we'll be able to churn through. Of course, Norskin forces that are quite strong will present a unique kind of puzzle. We might just go full-on Giant Slayer, just nothing but Giant Slayers and heroes, right? And maybe like a couple Goblin Hewers, but you hate to not have Thunder Barges in a late game army when you're this rich. And of course that leads us to having an army with this many Thunder Barges, but look. He's gonna share them. He has plans to share them. There's gonna be plenty of brawling left to do, so I should quit talking and get to rolling through. Alright, the get golds and the bugmans. At this point, if people haven't moved, do we even need to worry about it? I mean, that's a terrible attitude to have about the Dawi. What if they need instructions? What if they're eagerly awaiting their king? But I think basically everybody's gone now. Alaric Sourskull, where are you at, buddy? Oh, at Eckendorf. Well, that's good. Good for you, friend. He's gonna need to move out next turn, just like everybody else. So we will put another gyro with him. Don't ask why. We're just trying stuff out, seeing what works, ish. And Doran is bringing extra Thunder Barges to this front.
Summon me if you dare.
You know, it's thin, but we've got good, strong armies, and importantly, comical numbers of Thunder Barges in the works. And everything's free. It's, you know, we're decoupled from traditional concerns like economic viability, reasonableness, taste. We are set free by that in order to retake the realms. We are quite literally the reason that all of this is happening. We're the dwarves, you know, like, we're supposed to win. And we are. It's beautiful. We build walls everywhere as a bulwark against chaos. And, you know, anybody else. Lots of commandments to go around because we have conquered many and more places there. Now, I did get a decline diplomacy mod again. Does it work? Or are we going to crash? I really should have manually... Yeah, there we go. So we will decline diplomacy here. I am the endgame crisis. It's me. There we go. This is a very important button. You can get a mod for this. And basically it just makes it so people won't make you offers. So like at this point in the game, especially when people that you don't want trade with, because maybe you're going to have to fight them, are constantly trying to get at you. And when you get these offers, it moves the map around, right? It delays it more. It makes a long end turn even longer. But now, with this, I'm hoping we'll be able to trim a little bit off of it by, you know, zooming out on the map and giving it space. And when it doesn't have to zoom around all the time, when we're not even in a fight. And of course, you can see quite a bit here. Not least that Ungrim's doing fine. We just want the Disciples of the Maw to not crash the game. They're the biggest faction besides me. Hey, there we go. And Lyn Thunderstone catches this army. We are obviously doing the fight because it's going to be fun. And we'll give this to Lyn, getting him up to 60 speed. Pretty good. Oh, and of course it's an underway interception, so of course we've got a nice and narrow place to be. But yeah, this is just about perfect, right? Alright, let's get to it. Alright, the scrap launcher. That won't be great. You know, I kind of forgot about them, but importantly, the cannon will match up well with it. It does really big damage, but the cannon will match up well with it. And it looks like our cannon is going to melt it very nicely there. We need to get in motion here. Those scrap launchers, yeah, I need to respect them more, that's for sure. They've got big range too. The higher rank ones probably get like a range bonus, sort of like how we could get. But we're just gonna go over this way. These gyros, you know, don't need to throw their lives away for nothing. That's right, lead belchers over there. Screening for the infantry is good though. That's just a cast. That's all right. And then we just need to pull them into the organ gun range. We're just gonna get the gyros back. Yeah, lead belcher fire, pretty punishing, but Lyn can fight any amount of fools, and we know that the scrap launcher doesn't want to be shooting at guys like this, so we'll just do all of the abilities, and then I assume just hit a lead belcher every second. And no, let's kill a giant. The Master Engineer is making quick work of the Noblar scrap launchers, so a pretty hard counter to them. They are not easily damaged at all by the explosive damage there, and you know, the armor's no match for it, and we melt him, of course. All you gotta do is run in with Lund von Karstein and fight. And we'll see if they can do anything against him, right? We are fighting a level 50 Lord, and Lund is by himself. I'm not being cheeky, they could do something to him. But I imagine, you know, Ogre Bulls are actually not a great thing to have on them, but let's see if we can hit this giant a little bit here. Because the thing is while they're, this is the most awesome Slayer thing ever, right? Because while they're fighting here, I'm like, we are seeing, like, maybe Lund needs... No, because he's just getting distracted from hitting him. I'm like, he doesn't need, like, the other Trickster Shard or anything. This guy doesn't even have a ward save. We're just not connecting. There we go. There's a fine hit. I think maybe he's got too much splash attack for this situation, is what's going on. Let's come here and shoot at these Ogre Bulls. Let's get a fairer fight, yeah. Because I think if these Ogre Bulls run off, then we'll see the Slaughtermaster. Yeah, that's absolutely what was happening. Okay. Yeah, Lund was just sharing his damage to everybody else. Alright, and they're about to make contact. That's not going to go well for them. Slayer's there. I mean, sure they do, like, pretty good against Ironbreakers, but even a unit that does pretty good against Ironbreakers is going to struggle in the long term. And with Slayer backing, they have absolutely no. Lund von Karstein actually taking a respectable amount of damage, you know, but that just goes to show how being by yourself is bad, even for a pretty dang good fighter like him. Because he does lack armor piercing a bit, but I mean, having 300 is like being a regular has armor piercing character. And in any case, these guys weren't super heavily armored, but... But if we could drop, you know, like a cannon and a flame cannon for a Thane and a Dragon Slayer, that would make the army real wonderful, and then we could drop the Bugman's Ranger for a Thunder Barge. Because I really would like to go down to like a more standardized, most of the time, just like a one cannon, one organ gun army. Although, you know, for fighting ogres, maybe 2 cannons is just fine. But Lund wants to fight elves. Well, the cannons are fine. I mean, good even, because elves have a lot of, you know, cannons do very respectable work against, you know, archers and stuff, even without grape shot mode on. Come on, game, don't fail me now. All right, we made it through. We made it through his turn. Great. Imrik doesn't move on us. Fine. Look at that. Look at that. It declared war on me. I'm shocked. We're not gonna... want to distract them with these problems, right? We don't need their help. Like they have other stuff going on, and they're working very hard at that, right? This is really far away, world away from them. In the event that we need to make like a big brawl of it, you know, we'll call our other allies to help for sure. Gelt wants a treaty, but right off of the back of that, it attacks me. Alright, let's see how it goes. We've got our save. Alright, so he has the crazy cataclysm globe. It does cost 20, though. I mean, it's Gelt, he'll have it. Alright, so the most important thing is we want to deploy our cannon such that we can shoot the Luminarch, right? If we can deploy the cannon such that we can shoot the Luminarch, then the Thunder Barge will be relatively unimpeded, save for Gelt, who we can deal with by shooting him with a very, very large number of missiles because he's highly resistant. But, you know, organ guns can do it. He does have stock, which isn't so good. We are not going to want to deploy too broad. This is a mistake I often make. We have one clear objective at the start, which is Luminarch. We could just let them get in and then shoot it in a bit. So we can be like here with a Thunder Barge. Because Luminarch needs direct line of sight, or it doesn't work too well. We start with 1500. This one is a good one. I think this will work. But if we're doing that, we should just go right like so. I mean, being elevated is so much better, though. Because then we have a choke here, choke here. They're going to bust it with dimmies. Can we do anything about that? Not with a grudge thrower. Here, the long rifles, well, I'll need to come in and actually, you know, this is not going to too many places because this is the bulk of the danger. This backup army is not too much of a much. This one is just going to get inside when they get here. Do we just Thunder Barge it? What do they have over here? War wagons and mortars, great swords and stuff. Now it's possible Gelt's over here though, and if Gelt's over here, will he just beat it up? Maybe? We're gonna say I bet he won't. We're gonna say I bet he won't. And if he does, I'll look very foolish. We'll try to shoot him with the Master Engineer if that does happen. Alright. And then here for the Karaz Ankor, indeed, indeed. We'll have this guy right here and warriors alongside. Because it is a reckoning, you guessed it. Just gonna wait back a little bit. You want your value units, you want all your units back here, right? You don't want... We'll build a platform there, because if they get in, you know, that's it's really bad. But if they don't get in, we'll be fine. We'll just go here and... Let's see if this plan survives contact with the enemy, right? Alright. Alright. Plenty of setup. Let's see how it goes. Is the artillery firing? The cannons are. That's good. Now we need it to shoot at the Luminarch by preference. Roasting a bunch of demigryphs is very good. We're going to try to hit this long rifle here. The Hucklins are getting shots in on the hammers for free there. We need to back out. Here and here. They had a good angle on it, right? There's no reason to be taking the damage, though. But the good news is we are absolutely... Oh, we dodged it. I mean, kinda. Wow! You know, it does really big damage there, and we're still fine, though. Alright, I don't know if we killed the Luminarch, or if... Okay, Gelt. Good news, Gelt is over there with the Thunder Barge. Better news, though, is I don't think he's actually very good at fighting the Thunder Barge. Yeah, with his puny 300 weapon strength, it would still take him a pretty long time to get through it, and I think this Gambit, even though Gelt is here, is fine, actually. Yeah, because we'll just continue making them miserable here, and Gelt will try to pull back here and shoot with Trollhammer torpedoes, perhaps. All right, on this front we've got issues. We've got real issues. We need the Slayer over here because, wow, all right, the artillery minced up the foe there. That just means we need to get them inside here for round 2. But yeah, all right, so that went super well, actually. We take some damage, of course. We have 35% spell resist. Not as good as it could be, honestly. Kind of surprised it's not higher. But I guess some of those effects are from other things. So yeah, just one Thunder Barge here, doing wonderfully. Gelt himself is no match for a Thunder Barge, right? And if he just wants to fly above us and get shot at by our loving Thunderers, good for him. The Dawi performing super well here in this battle. You know, it's all, you know, you do have to set up well, but honestly, I think our deployment here was a rare example of me doing it right. Of course, I did it wrong because, you know, Gelt was here on the side where I was like, man, I hope he's not there. But we did it right because it actually didn't matter if Gelt was here. Let's go fight Gelt. And, you know, Dimmies actually will like to fight. But we just ruin Gelt there and jump in on him with old Rurik Frowner. We just want to fight him, but alright, we need to go over here with the Thunder Barge. I think we kind of hurt our own guys pretty badly there. We definitely hurt our own guys very badly there. But we'll blame Gelt for it. It was definitely the Thunder Barge coming across. You know, what are you going to do, right? On this front, we win utterly. The The Hammerers will do beautifully there, and the Iron Breakers. You know, it also could have been Iron Breaker charges. Either one of those would totally explain that result, but it's alright. You know, look, a Thunder Barge, even with friendly fire, did get 7,000 value. 6. He'll get more. And then we're gonna smoke bomb Gelt and try to snipe him. He'd respect that, right? It's a challenging aerial duel. Belliger and Copperpot. Oh yeah, this is great. I forgot this was him. This is perfect, right? Because Copperpot is gonna track down and slay Gelt. No, don't let him get his. Yeah, there we go. Get him, Copperpot. He'll shoot down the hated wizard who should have known better. Alright, speaking of should have known better, we've got Thunderers and stuff there. Alright, let's go ahead. We've got the cannon here. We've got the cannon there. The Demis don't want to give up, but of course they're fighting doughty warriors, hammerers mixed in, quarrelers. I mean, not happy about that part of the mix. And there are, of course, a whole ton of them there. Do we take a shot here? No, no, we're gonna have a much better one right here, yes? Oh, yes, we will. Look at them coming in a beautiful line, arrayed for our gorgeous artillery blast. And, you know, if you're a Thunder Barge and you're having problems, just walk away. Oh, yeah. Old Sour Scowl. Well, he's gonna have a party now. Pop Colossal Strike. Fight some dudes. He's feeling good. He is content. And that calls for a sick overcasted Rune of Wrath and Ruin here on this blob. Our artillery is incredibly inefficient from this angle, but some of the shots might get in, and that'll be enough. The Empire Captain is horrifically outmatched by our Slayer here. Oh yeah, look at that. Yeah, get some. I absolutely encourage you to all get some. Not a single one of you has got what it takes. No, not one. And a nice overcasted Rune of Wrath and Ruin doing a bunch of damage to the blob. And of course, not to be outdone, Rorik Wolfrowner running in on the handgunners here. On the handgunners here, oh, that is a choice target. Alright, alright. Oh, well, oh, we're getting shot up by war wagons and, oh, by great cannons. I'm like, what is doing that much? Not war wagons, surely. By the great cannons, that's alright. We're gonna pull back around this way. The General of the Empire is trying to walk away now. We'll see how that works out for him, of course. You can't walk away from all of us. And he runs in down there. And this is when you gotta love quarrelers, right? Because you're able to just take silly angles and immediately make it pay off. Smoke Bomb also is a melee defense debuff, which I never use it that way, but it's a super good support ability for that reason. You know, I always just think about the speed decreasing, but it also decreases their defense by 24, so, you know, it lets you catch them, and it hurts them a lot worse once you get it. But, you know, Gelt, a wizard should know better. I'm going to keep on saying it until it stops being funny to me. But we take him out. And what was, to me, a very nice defense. Alright, so Thunderbarge friendly fire, that's a thing to worry about. And, you know, 2 Thunderbarges would allow us to cover 2 avenues of attack and would have, you know, crunched down that Demi assault a lot quicker. Of course, most Dwarf armies have to consider themselves happy to have 1 Thunderbarge. But where we're at in modern army building, I don't really know what the space for Doom Seekers is, right? I guess, like, before you get tech and giant slayers, they're like, okay, I don't know. It just... I mean, giant slayers are just so good. I mean, they do have magic attacks. If you're fighting demons, I see where maybe... I don't know. If you had to choose between 1 of each or 2 of one, like, I just feel like you just take the giant slayers almost every time. Unless you know their army's going to have huge physical resist.
That's neat.
And we decline all diplomacy. That's right, it still opens the thing. It just tells them no for you. So you can walk away during an end turn, which is valuable on its own. I mean, although with the way things are now, we'll likely always have a fight over the end turn or 2. Yeah, you just might have a fight or 2. But of course, being part of the Skaven, I think it gets a piece of the crisis as well. We haven't fought him at all yet, of course, so we'll want to be wary of these Skaven nuclear habits. The High King no longer entertains diplomacy except on his own time. He, after all, has marched to war. Skill gives you armor for the entire army? Yeah. That's a trait I love. You know, you don't often find the opportunity to fight Gelt, especially not anymore that he starts in Cathay.
Who are you? The High King? Don't stop till you're dead! Take you for the High King! Dishonored. Demon Slayer.
But now we've got armies that just have lots of thunder barges, which honestly, you know, fine.
Demon Slayer.
After all, for every army that we have with a ton of thunder barges, there's one out here without so many thunder barges who would love to have at least one more. Alright, and you know, it's very appropriate for him to just stick to the sea the whole time, or around there, so I think that's what we'll do. Now here what we're going to do is move in here, and then we'll just pop in here and start attacking them. Now, the reason we do that is because we don't want our guys to get attacked by agent actions. When you're at sea, you're invulnerable to them, which is very good if you're finding yourself incredibly harassed and you want to meet up with some army somewhere with a specific hero, but they keep getting popped. That is a way to do it. But we're, you know, we left Scavold absolutely ages ago, thinking that, you know, our friends would deal with it, but that didn't happen. We're gonna go here. So I was like, he'll attack it, but like I think he just sacked it and then left, which is very funny stuff. These buildings, would you say unnecessary? No, absolutely not. Reason being, you know, Oath Gold's good, actually. And we do spend all of it every turn. And if we don't, we spend all of it the next turn. You know, I have a voracious appetite for the Oath Gold. Now, we haven't started building deeps to count, like, for that yet. Of course, that is a thing we could do, sort of like as we're moving through here. And there's no reason not to once we find a bit of security. You don't want to build a deeps in a place you're going to lose. Not just because that's annoying, like, functionally, but because it's very bad form as a dwarf to have, like, declared a place appropriate for digging into the depths and then to, like, you know, mess it up and be like, oh, you know, actually, my bad. Alright, here we do not have time to grab a thunder barge. We're fighting Khorne here, so... yeah, this army's just trying to move quick, right? Yeah, Redmane's just running up in here because that's what's going on. We'll do the north first. Long Drong moved there, and we're going in there. We'll save that so that we can upgrade the big place. I think I forgot to recruit a couple of heroes last turn, which doesn't sound like much, but actually we need to remember to do it every single turn. We're not doing a real internal economy pass yet, and actually, why am I doing all this stuff? We need to do the Elspeth War first. Anyway, it is time. Malakai Makaisson has received a directive from the High King, and it said, retake Zhufbar.
My axe thirsts for war.
Now, my allies and their allies, we're gonna not call them to help and see what happens, because this isn't about everybody else. This is them and my dwarf hold, and let's see what happens.
You are a nuisance. Cease.
There we go. Mother Estankia has refused to join the battle on their side. My girl. My absolute champion of an ally. You know what's good for you. You know what's right. You know that we are trusted friends in spite of how you're not super happy about kind of this. But, you know. Look. That's very good. Because we didn't want to involve her in this. It's not her business. We gave her Kislev. She understands. If there was a nice weird forest somewhere that she really wanted, maybe we'll give her Griffin Wood, right? You know, she would love that.
Fighter diplomat. Welcome.
And a gift. Given freely
Agreement.
to remind Mother Estankia that her long friendship with the Dawi will ever be appreciated, ever be valued, never be questioned. That in the realms there is enough for Mother Estankia to have everything that she needs. And the comfort in knowing that the dwarves will never raise their axes to her, that we will always find a way to find an accord. Now, these humans, they're in our land, aren't they? Aren't they? So we're going to move against that. Of course, this army is cartoon mode. This army is a whole lot of thunder barges and a few hewers to protect them. I mean, it'll work against some stuff. It might work against a lot. I've never done it before. It probably auto-resolves like a champ. But I do want armies that are, you know, fun to play in addition to being good. To some people, there's not a difference. But I think one can be found, theoretically. Alright, let's keep on rolling.
Follow you. Anad?
The King's Way
Right.
in the hands of the Dawi once more.
You count to 4 heartbeats. Or 5 if you get excited. Put your feet up, why don't you?
And of course, the consequences of all of this wonder is also that Malakai, because of instant Grungi, can get instant access to these global units. We need to get an organ gun here, right? Yeah. I mean, why? I mean, so that we can solve problems. Ooh, free Hewer and Malakai's army. 240 cost Thunderbarge. Oh, it's happening all right. 27 cost Giant Slayer in Malakai's army. That's right, with 280% increased army upkeep. Our regular army cost without upkeep increases from percentile things now is just 70,000. Our incredibly primo armies are like 1,000 each. Bonkers stuff. I've rarely been so pleased. Alright, so we have that. We want what? We need stuff to kill tanks. If we're dealing with Elspeth, that's really important, right? So we'll just pick up another Giant Slayer, and because the cannons can deal with non-tank artillery, and then we'll send, you know, Giant Slayers plus Grimly plus Gimli. Well, you know, Gimli probably can't catch them, you know. But, and then they'll go to deal with the tanks, and that'll be the tank squad, you know. And we'll see how that works. Yeah, because, you know, we have 4 Thunder Barges, and that's who we are. We rock with 4, you know. If he loses one, we'll do something about it.
Yes.
Alaric, of course, has 6 Thunder Barges. Alright, let's keep it rolling, though. We can't sit around being happy all day. Alright, now Sour Scowl is going to roll in here and trade him. Those and continue on.
The axe thirsts for war.
Is Templeoff worth to keep defending? I mean, is it mine?
Touch me, you touch death.
For clan
Can we get inside? No, that's not so good then.
got then. Aye, grudges will be settled.
Alright, this is like a very nice forest, right? So they can't just casually get through. Stotchels be able to go in there.
Wisdom of the land.
This dude just needs some guys. What kind of guys? Ironbreakers! And then, you know, another one. And then 2 Giant Slayers. And then a little classic pairing there. A lot of our global is tied up in... We're recruiting like 17 Thunder Barges in the 8 peaks. It's all very proportionate. And Norgrim Ironhammer will roll in this direction because... well, the fronts of this war are much tidier than we were worried about. There'll be demons, I hope.
Let us find our death.
We're just gonna save it real quick. Late in the campaign, we only had one crash, but I just feel like, you know, on these really long turns, I'll certainly kick myself if, you know, I lose an incredibly long gameplay session, especially if it's like this, you know, a lot of macro stuff, a lot of reinforcing places and troop movements and auto-resolving mostly with one or two battles that might have been fun, were fun. That Gelt one was fun, you know, and it also shows us that Gelt is woefully inequipped to deal with the Dawi. Although his magic is very scary, you know, that was probably like the least magic resistant army that we have. Alright, so that's everything in the north, I think. No, it's not everything in the north. I'm like, what am I talking about? We've got tons of stuff here. Alright, but, so the Empire is right here on Scory. Let's do a little bit more auto movement stuff first. Because here, I mean, Hergig, yeah, this will be... He'll just, Hargrim will hang out there for a bit and see what's up. And it's got some walls, but a bunch of giant slayers won't hurt at all.
You are not.
Now, as far as I know, the Empire doesn't actually have any dwarf holds. And we're prepared to understand that this war with Franz is really just about Elspeth pulling him into it and her being too stubborn to give us what is rightfully ours. Like, I'm sure he'll understand that before too long. That doesn't mean we're not going to crack him there, because he shouldn't have, you know, he didn't have to take part in the conflict. Mother of Stankia stayed out of it, right? She did. Why? 'Cause she respects the game.
Death Seeker. Just don't get in my way. Doom Chaser.
Stacho Bugman! Oh, how wonderful. Another Bugman. We're gonna try to get a thing here for Hargrim. Hargrim's been through a lot, right? Does Hargrim have any good defeat traits, or has he just been through a lot? Because he defended, yeah, he defended Uskalok. That was his main thing, so he spent a lot of time there, but he's also beaten, you know, the, yeah, he beat Vlad, that's right. Yeah, he beat Vlad, and he also beat the Demon Prince. So he's been all around, you know. He's actually had quite a story, Hargrim has. He's one of our earlier lords, probably like the third one, maybe, even? I think he might have been the third one, because Lune came after him.
Leave it to me.
But, of course, we still have plenty of problems around, but some of them are not what we had worried about. We're just gonna...
What do you want? It's as good as done.
march up this way. And it's most important that we get in here to defend the hold, especially Karaz Gumzil, which is part of the realms. We're just gonna bounce in there.
For the wisdom.
Alright, and then Gromby
You have my axe.
is just like, okay, time to brawl.
Impossible. Not possible.
Grey Mountain Band, Man-at-Arms, Halberd Infantry, what? It sounds Bretonnian. Okay. You know, I don't play that much. So it says halberd, but they don't. Okay, maybe the mod doesn't render them properly, or maybe they just, because it says they have halberds. They have charge reflect and charge defense against large, but this is the profile of a regular weapon attack. With low armor piercing and lacking in anti-large numbers, so that's you know, too bad for them. That's a lot of red troops, the Empire State troops. Many of them are very good indeed. Some of them are just there. Now this is a bunch of dudes, but you know what Gromby has? You know, courage, vim.
I can't. How can I help? Run 'em.
But I think we just fight all of them, right? Yeah. After all, Story Truth Teller is here, and he's gonna want to, you know, write all this down. We've got 2 engineers. We've got 2 engineers, 2 thunder barges, and 2 artillery pieces. We've got Grombrindle himself. There's no reason that we can't get it done. Do we have regen? We got a potion of healing on the Thane, and the Dragon Slayer does have a tankard. So that's absolutely everything we need. Of course, we might get shot up some. I mean, some, but they don't really have cannons. They have 1 cannons. So once we figure out where it is, we can, that's something that you can pop with a single summon. But we're just going to continue on for a second, because before we do these fights, I'm going to take a little break. Like, what do we do then? I mean, yeah, just more hewers, right? Because I mean, yeah, just more hewers. And then, like, yeah, we'll just do couple gyros, he'll be fine. It'd be better if he had an engineer, but hey, what are you gonna do? Now, some of these Elgi stayed home, but some of them wanted to fight, and this is called Grungakri, which means this used to be dwarfs once, and now it is again. The Elgi aren't gonna like this much. But if you think I care what they like, you haven't been paying a lot of attention. Castle Canals is gonna fall. Forest Elgi, of course, outside of their forests are very much not in their element. Now, Ikit declared war on us. We're gonna pop up here, and this is gonna be a good way for us to absorb. That's right, he was gonna deliver the thunder barges to these guys. Well, we're still going in that direction. Good. So that's that for Ikit, and then we'll roll up that way a little bit. We're just gonna want to
keep your axes close.
Like so, and Scully Silverhorn. Really, we're just trying to hang out here, and this dude's just calling us Beardling and stuff, but, you know, for the wisdom of Elia and all that, you know, we'll put up with it. and he'll take that Elemento place, which is like the Maw, you know, an element, I guess, you know, like a... I guess, I'm not sure.
Demon Slayer.
Now, what we want to do here is drop,
Maybe your doom is yet to come. Dishonored. Ha ha! Get those cannons moving! Demon Slayer.
Alright, well, we'll put this guy in here then.
Slayer.
Yeah, brimstone guns are totally archaic at this point in the gameplay cycle.
What's your orders?
We leveled those heroes like a couple turns ago, which is very nice.
Death Seeker. The axe thirsts for war.
Speaking of, we're gonna recruit, wow, 3 Dragon Slayers in the pool. That's craziness.
Dragon
Wonderful
Slayer.
stuff.
Dragon Slayer. Time for a reckoning.
That guy's just a couple turns from delivering all of the things that we want.
For the wisdom of Valea. Let us be about this. Doom Chaser. All that rock above feels grand. I will help.
Elgar there, and of course we have put the hurt on Gelt already,
Vengeful Rune.
beating him in that field battle sets him back. I mean, sometime, and this was the reinforcing army, so we gotta pop them as well. Nice and clean, and then scurry back to our Karak.
I'll cast the runes. I'm off. My anger burns bright.
Something tells me they're not gonna try to get there again. Although, you know, if they want to, we'll be ready for them. Now, the High King is Wroth, but it's still, you know, he does need to go home and see to his affairs around there, and then, you know, see what's going on with Zhufbar and all that, so we're not going to get him too far from home, because we also might be getting him into the War of the Beard, which actually, yeah, that would be better, huh? Maybe he will go far from home, because once we deal with this incursion up here, we're going to try to be, like, done with these fools, but we're going to have a fight there, too. We're going to be fighting a lot of fights when we come back from our little break, so let's see what else we want to do here. We're going to dive here. I bet they don't have anything. Nope. They don't.
Greatest inventor. I have the forge fires glowing. Demon Slayer. Let's be having them. To do.
Because Morgus Grimson is going to win the War of the Beard before anybody else shows up if they don't get there soon, right? No, it's not going to be all that. Also, Caradrin, a fearsome foe on the battlefield, now is just hanging out somewhere. You gotta love it. Now, this army, you know, if it's going to be in this war, let's get them some gear, right? We're not going to go too crazy with it, but let's get them some gear. Couple Gatekeeper's hammers. We're just going to forge a couple of things. It took... oh, it was like a couple of hours that I spent just like hanging out watching my little YouTube videos and distributing hero things, which was fun enough for me, right? It was fun. However, it's not like really what... we're trying to get done, you know. With the Iron Warden shield, the Demon Slayers get silver shields, which is pretty cool, especially against who we're going to be fighting next, at least for a little bit. The elves and stuff, but now we just need more tankards, and honestly, you could spend all your oath gold on tankards every turn, and afterward you would still be like, man, if I only had a tankard. Because they don't tell you this anywhere, but 3 tankards gives your army perfect vigor, which is, of course, amazing. And I believe even if you go to, like, March or something, if you've got a runesmith or anybody that gives you, you know, your plus 1%, or anybody, like, delays it, you know, you can still get it up there, and then you just won't lose it. But just like that, we've spent all of our oath gold, so I said we weren't going to do it, but we did. Hooray! Because if these guys are going to be fighting high elves, we don't want them to be going in there without anything good. I mean, this guy's got stuff on, but I mean, it's barely anything, right? Why not a gold shield? Beautiful. You know, that's what we need. Why not Executioner? That way, if a dragon gets in or whatever, he'll be able to deal the final mighty blow. And then, of course, tankard, obviously tankard. And then here, the Red Axe of Crackgate Peaks, you know, that's like the standard, and it's very good indeed. So the good thing about that is it gives you, you know, the magical attacks, and of course it's thematic because of it making sense that we would have a lot of them at this point. We're going to give Morgan Sprite access. Why does he have fiery? Why does he have fiery attacks? Interesting. He doesn't. They were on the old weapon and they were still labeled. Cool. Good, good, good. And a little tankard and gatekeeper spell, because you know you don't want your lords to run away. It sets a bad precedent. But alright, so that's everyone there, and Loon is just gonna dive here. Yeah, of course he is. Let him come and get me. Let them come and get me. And, you know, our Rurik Olfrowner's defense will be remembered. He's the old Frowner, but, you know, it's only because he's embarrassed about how much people compliment him for his glorious victory over Gelt. Alright, now, Morgrim here... I mean, he wants to go, right? He wants to go fight ogres. He doesn't want to go fight Empire. So we'll just dive with him. Go here, ambush, and maybe that'll make somebody move out a little bit. Gimli, Oathkeeper, we're just going to just dive, reasoning that we can get away with it. Orc Stoneheart. Oh, when we retake on Ekrund, it's going to be a beautiful thing indeed. There's Morg there, but that's not what we're worried about. We just want to get in here, right? As much tempo as we can possibly get on Gelt while we know he's out of action. Just swallow up the wastelands here and the badlands and get it taken care of, you know. That's the goal. Rungni Truth Teller has been In defense long enough. Oh, we were supposed to go to the Desolate Expanse. That's right. Well, you know. I don't think they're coming up here at me. We're gonna... Yeah. He's going that way. He's the only one going that way. He has to win it. This is the army with the dwarf swords, so we very much do want them to be fighting a nice fight. And we'll get one soon enough, it looks like. Well, this is a big place to get to the roost. Well, we'll just... Yeah, we actually get good distance there, and we'll just go to ambush here. We may well get something out of it. And of course, it's just, whoops. It's just a constant struggle against the Skaven Hero Storm to try to keep our own Hero Storm online. That's part of the fun, right? Now we need Copperpot to meet back up with Bugman.
By the grudge bearer's will, for the wisdom of the lair. Demon Slayer. Aye. Let us begin. Death Seeker. My axe thirsts for war.
Alright, we need to... We're just gonna recruit whatever Copperpot's army needs here. Probably like Dragon Slayers, right? And then we'll trade him for his Bugman Rangers just to get them... Oh, well, you know... Whoops. Well, you know, we could just... I'm like, no, we don't want to fancy it up too much.
Summon me if you dare.
Well, the Troll Hammer, you know, why not, right? An awesome thing in Bugman's army that isn't stealthed is fine. We have other stuff that's awesome that isn't stealthed. Like Thunder Barges. Yeah. No, we'll just wait. It's fine. 2-turn recruitment. No, we'll just keep moving. We'll just keep moving with a more limited guy budget, and that is fine. You know, I bet that army works just as well with no Bugman's Rangers as it works with a lot of Bugman's Rangers. That's unfair to my brave boys, but you know, I'm not really utilizing them at their best most of the time.
You will be sacrificed to Nurgle. Demon Slayer. Something over there.
All right.
We can't all have a chronicler like Gotrek, can we? Doom's this way, Slayer. Out in the open. The Fly Master serves only Nurgle. Demon Slayer. Keep your axes close. I won't.
But that's super cool. And now we are... Yeah, this is so awesome. Oh man, I love this map. I love this mod. It's so cool. We are sweeping in down here. Bugman, you know, hates orcs more, but like all Dawi, won't shy at the opportunity to get some revenge on the ultra-hated Thagaraki. Alright, we need... Yeah, we need to get a guy here. We're gonna start recruiting an army, and then we'll replace it in, and then we'll just rename one of those guys to it, cause you know, just to have something, right? Just to have something. Here we might as well build the public order building already, because, you know, really everything we're doing in the dwarf holds is a celebration now, right? Like, this is a great time. The war, look, it's regrettable. It's regrettable that it's necessary. It's regrettable for a lot of reasons, but that's no reason not to build a hall. After all, Rurik gets back in. All of these guys are there, and well, sweeping up very nicely in all of this direction. Of course, the War for 8 Peaks got a lot done. Scrag does not have much here at Iron Rock, so we're going to be able to beat them down there. And then we're going to have to get these fools out of what they can very clearly see are my lands. But actually, are none of these dwarf holds? You know, I actually think really, quite fascinatingly, no, they've got grudges assigned to the land, though. Yeah, we can't just have land with tons of grudges on it. Black Crag gets to the top level. Alright, we just need to keep it moving. Gotta keep it moving. Oh boy, so like this is the kind of army that I'm thinking about where I'm like, what do we do? Well, what we do is wait to engage them on favorable ground. We're the dwarves. We are the crisis, right? We're the ones with access to everything. They are the ones who have to bargain with that fact. And now it's 2-turn Thunder Barges global. Oh boy. That's the good stuff. Alright. Alright. Now, what we gotta do now is start doing some battles. Scory Stonebeard is gonna fight Maria Sunscryer. He's in a tank. He's got tanks. He's got halberders. He's got great swords. Will it be enough? Find out on today's episode of Dragon Ball Z. He's in March, so, you know, that's not gonna work for him too well. Tanks, of course, are super high armored, but low on melee defense, and they're not immune to flanking or anything. So if you just get around behind them, you can bonk down their 9k HP pretty nice with the unit of Giant Slayers. The thing is, of course, that a lot of stuff is good at shooting Giant Slayers. Things like tanks. Therein lies the rub. But what we're going to do is what we always do. Look at the terrain. Attempt to determine where we want to set up in order to force the enemy to give battle. Blunder it some. No. Against Empire, even if they have scary artillery, and these don't outrange mine, the thing is you can still make them start walking at you just by shooting them a whole lot. even if they shoot at you some. So if your artillery can trade, you know, at least there's always that. But Scory Stonebeard's army is hardly a slouch, right? He's got guys that have proper items. We've got Old Guards tankards, you know, a galore in here. Maybe just 2 of them, but still, a lot. And, you know, this is no ordinary crew. So, anyway, we're going to get to it. When I come back, it won't be too long. And, maybe I'll see you then. No, just a couple minutes. BRB. All right. Good news, Marius Sunscryer. Your long and awesome life is about to get more interesting. Now, depending on how the elevation is here in the center, we'll be fine. I mean, regardless, we'll be fine. We got a cannon organ gun. Okay, it's this map. We'll still be fine. This is a good feature, right? Because as they try to use it to turn a flank, they'll have a big problem in that we'll have giant slayers in the trees, which match up very, very well indeed against Demi Knights. They're not going to like that. Air Force in the back. This guy does not have stock, so in the back as well. And we just want to make sure that the Thunder Barges are... Yeah, they'd be able to get shot by the tanks. The tank would take a long time to kill a Thunder Barge, actually. You know, we may not need to be that afraid of them. But Hockland long rifles will take a long time to kill a Thunder Barge too. It's alright, we're just gonna stay back here and try to be, you know, cautious. A Slayer in every tree. that a lot better. We can defend this flank a lot better because I think they're kind of going to try to turn that way, right? Regardless, Lord there, Rune Smith here, Gromroll, Gromroll. Good enough, right? Yeah. Yeah, good enough. Never saw Grimnir in a bush. Because we have ballistic plating, so even if we're getting shot up by their stuff, and, you know, we're still going to be able to make them super miserable, which is not how we feel with them. Is this a good one? Actually, so we'll be able to get the iron sides with this, so this will be a good shot. They're sitting still, so this is going to do a bunch to some Hawklands and a good old chunk to the Null and Iron sides as well. Very nice, and of course they're shooting at... If the tanks are firing at the Thunder Barges, you know, that is not like totally free for me, but it's not like it's that bad. They could probably kill a Thunder Barge with every shot that they have, but we'll just draw them back. And keep on beating them down there. Alright, and what we want to do here... Yeah, because these Ironbreakers are fine, right? Yeah, they've got gold shields, 25 missile resist, and 15 fizz resist. Yeah, they're alright. Yeah, and we're gonna ward the Ironbreakers too. So this is awesome, right? We've given them a ward save, so now they're just like not taking the damage. Oh, they got in. The Slayers didn't stop them. It's alright, the Ironbreakers will. They didn't expect to find the Bugman's Rangers there, and then they got on them, which is alright. We're going to... get on these Dimmies here. It's going to be just fine. And we're going to send the Doomseekers to that. Not like the best possible matchup, but just fine, really. And then, actually, the Iron Drakes doing fine there with their self-selecting targets. Giant Slayers, of course, absolutely love to fight in this context in trees against large targets. Name something they would like more. You can't. And then a nice roasting on the Knights of the Black Rose, and, you know... Because the real point of the Ironbreaker here, right, is that they have taken almost no damage from all of this and are still not taking any. And they've been able to quite nicely hold them back. We need to get the Slayers back because they are getting shot up. You know, it's not good against Dwarf Lords, these fools! Byaw! And here we see that with relatively... just like fun play, you know, because actually what we did was use strategy and tactics. We didn't even really use the Thunder Barges, right? We just used the so that's the play, right? You get your shield wall of Gromril Ironbreakers. You need, you know, because if we had this guy with the armor for the aura, that would be even better too. Yeah. And then you have an ultra sticky unit in the front that can take that artillery fire for a super extended period of time. Throw that ward save on there, and pretty soon, you know, they've got bigger problems that they can deal with. These greatswords are still fighting. That's impressive, but we're not gonna sit here and compliment them. Not when there's work to be done. But the spears do very good against tanks, okay? That is something I wasn't anticipating, but let's think about why. Okay, now I see it. Alright, so this is, of course, 1 billion damage and stuff. It might even hit the target twice because of the model. But also, I think what's going on is, like, because the tank is big and can't get staggered, you know, you can't really miss it. You can miss a dragon in the air or whatever, but it definitely seems like it's going to hit them on the ground pretty well. So, you know, if you can use 2 thunder barges to get rid of 1 tank, or especially, you know, their leader, once they start trying to close around, then it's a pretty nice thing. It's going to be so wild to be fighting in an army that has the Spirit of Grungi again soon. Because Malakai has to beat Elspeth before we finish up. And really, a couple other defeat traits, a lot of people would be fine too. But, you know, we've got to beat Elspeth Malakai to get her defeat trait. It's got something to do with artillery. And a wonderful, decisive victory. Of course, they were already tired, but hey. The Bugman's Rangers there stopped a flank from happening. If they were giant slayers, they could have just charged in. Of course, they ended the battle without being injured. But if they were giant slayers, they just could have charged in. Nah, I mean, if you don't let a unit have time to shine, yeah, that spear did 1,800 damage in value. Because this dude got 0 kills. But that's the thing with Empires, so like, yeah, alright, so the strategy for dealing with them is level 7 Iron Breakers with level or above. Because then you got that Gromrel stance, the shield wall, and honestly, we should fight it, but look, there's gonna be plenty to do.
For the wisdom of the layer.
And he'll just make that work. After next turn, we're not going to have so much of the global tied up probably ever again. Alright, so that's the fight there, and we had nothing else going on the macro level here. We will have the end is nigh. The Skaven will be out next turn. We'll see what happens with that. We'll just do another thing there. Alright, we've done all the movement up here. That's right. Fergan, right, and we will just go ahead and get him. Wait, no. Well, you know, we've already gotten him this stuff. We'll just disband him. I don't feel like putting the skills in again.
us begin. Summon me if you dare.
Anyway, it's time for the boys to go into the portal.
Iron-willed.
And Ulrika. Alright, so we moved everyone down there, and we're good here. Agenbor Starkeeper will probably get to meet up with this army someday.
Aye, lad, what can I do? The axe thirsts for war. Time for a reckoning.
Alright, time for a reckoning. Time to distribute a point. You know, these guys are real close to being immortal. Will they ever get there? We've got 4 Iron Breakers, so, like, now that I'm seeing, like, how good just putting them into shield wall stance is, you know, maybe we'll be able to make something of ourselves. Now, we don't have an engineer here, right? So, it's not, like, total hilarious city. However, they don't have that much in the air, and then we do have a bunch of thunder barges.
Let us settle this.
Here we are at the Battle of Crookback Mountain. And they are in a Skycutter chariot. What a dork. What a dork. You seem broke, Damien. In a chariot. Everybody else is riding a dragon. This Dragon Slayer's super upset. He's like, I was told that we would be fighting elves. A dragon is appropriate for elves. They're like, I'm sorry, buddy. You know, I really wanted there to be one. But, you know, we just need to deal with the cannon, certainly. Or the towers. With the cannon. Everything else will be fine from there. We'll just get in. If they send... If they send the dragons at the artillery, what do we do, though, right? I'm like, well, actually, oh, wow, it is. Is that a Skaven tower? Like, wow. That's gnarly stuff. Oh, wow, okay, so that one gets totally deleted. It's okay, because after all, once the dragon is on the ground, hardly a problem. Of course, we desperately need our cannons, so, you know, pretty bad. But hey, we were promised a Dragon Slayer. The Dragon Slayer was promised a Dragon Slain, and he got one. You know, we should have just landed. Why am I doing this? Man, we really need the cannons alive so we can get into the wall, or I'm gonna freak out. Not like in real life, just like in the game I will, and I'll start. Oh no! Friendly Fire City, that's so rough. We give away an absolute ton of damage here to the towers. This is why I freak out about towers, right? Because they can do this to you. Well, we were trying to shoot them. I overreacted to the dragons. The Thunder Barges didn't help against the dragons at all, right? They didn't help against the dragons at all. But you know, I could have just shot at them. That would have been good. But you know, we lacked appropriate tools. You know, you never expect how much you're gonna be upset by dragons being around. We definitely need some anti-dragon stuff, right? This army, you know, we put it together out of stuff. But we don't need to be too hasty with the Thunder Barges, right? We need to... And this one guy won't be in the shield wall with them because he doesn't know how to shield wall. Oh, and we tried to. Oh, he's just having a time. Okay. We'll just use all those abilities and try to get in here and with enough time to help. I mean, the Phoenix uses its explosive ability, which hurts them more than it hurts us. We're just gonna come in here. Got Executioner to take care of this mage who's getting absolutely dunked on here. Phoenix Guard are gonna love the fights they're having here, right? You know, they don't need to be... They don't need to be in cannot run. We're gonna put them in melee mode because we need to make sure they don't... Actually, if we want to... We get them up here, will they hit our own troops? Let's let that one go up there. Yeah, just going, because yeah, range far, range fast. You know, they're messing with us, but oh wow, well we definitely hit our own troops, but now, you know, we're in it, so. Because what we do, in addition to hitting our own troops, is obliterate theirs. And then we'll just go around this side to where whatever's shooting us there can't hit us, and then continue going up the line here, right? Yeah, why not? This guy's getting beat down by by this chariot, huh? No, it's probably the sword masters and all that. There's a lot of really heavy metal stuff going on right here. And it's really chunking our Slayer core down. Let's get a bombing run in here. But there we go. Now he's going to take a hit or two. Our lord is the executioner. And like Azrael, he doesn't play. Hit him again, Enlog. Hit him again. Hit him again, my silver guy. Oh, he shattered, huh? He shattered, huh? But they've wronged us. Oh, wow, look at that. They are really trying. That is... Okay, so taking Thunder Barges through this arch, not... they won't go under. It's alright. They're back in the fight there. And we win the bump and grind with the very, very elite infantry there. What we want to do is get... I wanted to get a volley onto the Rangers because they... You know, they don't match up well against Ironbreakers, but it's something. But we'll take whatever we can get a clean blasting charge hit on. Phoenix Guard have... No, not fire resistance, paradoxically. So this is going to... do a very big chunk. Of course, it's not armor piercing the blasting charges, but you know, some of it is. But here, yeah, they get driven ahead of the Thunder Barges. Beautiful stuff. These Ironbreakers definitely need some help. Let's give them just that by putting a sick Rune of Wrath and Ruin onto the foe. Those are Dragon Princes. That's sort of like a dragon. Go hit them. Silverhelm's coming in here. Oh, it's the Ring of Grimnir, not the regeneration. I was like, man, he's really not doing so well, Logan Burlickson. But he's got the Ring of Grimnir, you know, and that does make everybody fight better. A little bit. It's, you know. Sure, it'd be nice if he was healing, though. But the Silverhelms get beat down, and we come in here. We just need the Slayer core back in to fight, because everything on that other side is... Until alright. Oh, they're gonna... I'm like, never mind. The very last... Because these guys landed on the ground. Our gyro bombers did, in order to protect ourselves from harm. So yeah, they'll actually... And then I'm like, we need to... Maybe he saves some ammo. I'm like, nah, don't be ridiculous. I don't think the Thunder Barges really want to shoot at the tower, but they will do a great flyover here. And I think we'll be army lossing them before too long. Yep, there we go. They couldn't stand up to our righteous fury. And, you know, you gotta have a cannon to crack towers. Because you have to do that. You know, this is some of the pieces of an army, but really it's that the Doomseekers could have been giant slayers, and I think it would have been just good. But I mean, maybe the Doomseekers were solid, right? They did fight, like, infantry for a while, but honestly, we need another hero or two instead of that, right? And then you can fight them at a gate with thunder barges. That's what you're worried about. But it's good to have a big front line. The hammerers, I don't know. You know, it's with 4 thunder barges. You know, it's tough to have anything that kills dragons, but you got to. Maybe just like a grudge raker in every army. Like maybe a grudge raker is the answer. 1 unit does pretty big. You can hardly run 2. I feel like often you wouldn't get anything out of them, but fair enough. You know, sometimes, you know, that's the defense unit. Maybe you just don't get work out of it, but...
Yes, summon me if you dare. For the wisdom of Valea.
But a nice fight there. Of course, you know, you get the elves behind the high walls. That was straight up like a Skaven tower. They were shooting Skaven projectiles at me. That is crazy outrageous work from the high elves. Like, if anything proved that we should be doing this War of the Beard more than them declaring war on us, they've wronged us. If anything could demonstrate it more than that, it would be, you know, their ridiculous behavior there. But it looks like, oh yeah, we've got plenty of these guys coming back in, but when Okri Burnbright and his companions, you know, Gotrek and Felix, you may have heard of them. When they arrive, it's going to be bad news bears for the foe. Alright, so that's everything there. Loon moved into position. That's some of the fights. What are the other fights? We had a Grombrindle fight queued up, right? Yeah, we had a Gromby fight with a couple of dudes. We had a Golg fight here. Like, you know, we're gonna be fighting like Scrag like a lot.
Bane of demons, demon slayer, master of runecraft. Follow at your peril, as long as we walk. Flattening me crest. Death.
Oh yeah, the Goblin Hewers. That's why. Goblin Hewers, and they're very good for anti-dragon work. That's, you know, that's actually what we're supposed to be doing. I remember.
Another night, still not dead. My legs are only so long. Demon slayer.
Yeah, I think he'll want to go and fight ogres and stuff. Scully's fought like Grimgore and Tretch and all that. He doesn't like, you know, fighting in the realms of men is not that compelling to him.
Demon Slayer. Malakai Makaisson. Let us begin. Demon Slayer. I answer to clan. Run 'em. No. I can't. Let's go.
Because unlike that other thing, though, they don't have dragons. Unlike that other thing, they're not going to be able to... Yeah. This is going to be a way different proposition. We've got the hero crew. We've got the artillery with the engineer backup, which makes the engine... Like, it makes the artillery not just shoot better. It also jumps higher. runs faster. You know, it's just a much mightier way to be. Now we just want a place, and this will do it. The trees actually are quite a problem on this map for getting fire in on the walls, but we've got time and we will avail ourselves of it, you know, wisely and all that.
As you say. Go. Yes. To it. Aye, to arms. Anu. Slay them. They have wronged us. Cannon. No shoddy contraptions here. Right in the air.
But we're just going to get to action. There's Ash falling from the sky. Ash, a great song by the band Murder by Death. If you don't know that one, just check it out. And you'll be like, wow, this is a good band. And I'll be like, ah, no. That's exactly how it'll go. Trust me. And we just want to position just a little bit this away because of that tree. That tree has blocked many a cannon shot over the years. And then we'll rotate here to try to shoot there. And then you got that tree and these trees to worry about. But you know, you just line it up. The thing is, we have like an absolute sound of ammo, 51 ammunition on this cannon here. So you know, you're hardly hurting. That gives you enough to pop the entire wall and then keep on fighting, right? And that's my idea of a good time, because if you've been watching me ever, you know that nothing brings me more like internal pain and sorrow than ever having to take damage from a wall. Like, to me, taking damage from a wall means that you're nothing. You gotta find a way, you know, to be better than that. But we're gonna use the cannon to continue just breaking a hole in every dang thing going on there, and the organ gun will do great. And then we'll move the cannon up, and we'll move the organ gun up, not too far, right about here. And that's the thing is, what you want artillery for most, right? More than anything, is to be able to make sieges doable. Because that's a lot of big battles that you'll fight. So, when you find a way to do it, you know, late game dwarves, what can anyone do against such reckless power? This level 50 Archlector is here. I bet we're gonna delete him. Oh yeah, look at that. Oh yeah. Gregor Schwartzhaven. When he just saw a couple of dwarves running in, he had no idea that it was this kind of crew. And Story Truth Teller saw it all from a respectable distance. But he is running. The Null and Ironsides are here among us now, and of course we've got our slowdown auras in full effect. Doran Gunnison being a great help to get these guys stuck here, and then wow, okay, our artillery coming in a little bit at us. That's not what you have to do, guys. We can get another hole in the wall there, right? But we're about to absolutely feast here, because this is how a siege is really done. Look at that blob just melt away. Wow, wow, wow. Outrageously brilliant. And the handgunners here. You know, I don't care. I don't care. This is the best campaign of all time. Crucially, like, a lot of the stuff we're doing with these armies, like, doesn't even involve the mods at all. I mean, just the fact that we can do so much of it everywhere does, though. Oh, they brought a little dude. Oh, and then he landed? Oh, and then he landed. Well, that's smart. Get him! Get him, boys. He ain't getting away now. With all the slowing auras on him, he's down to 89 speed. Oh, he's so... Eldred Frankenfurter. Oh, you frankened your last furt, sir. Oh, you'll rue the day. 54 speed Thunder Barge. I mean, it's just... Look how quick they are. I love this game. To the degree that even one Dwarven engineer makes an army amazing, two is just so beyond that. But it would be good to get a tankard on some, but we can't get one on him because he's got his unique item in the slot if memory serves, but I mean, by the time somebody does enough damage to Gromby for you to feel like you gotta do something about it, like, wow, that's pretty impressive, right? Now we're trying to get inside here. When has that ever been a good idea? That's a good question. Glad you asked it. It's hard to say when bringing artillery inside has ever been good. I think, though, with the Thunder Barges to protect the flank, it'll be different this time. We're able to pop in there on them. Very good. Oh, man, yeah, so... You know, the Thunder Barges are very... Oh, man. Oh, man. You know, they're not made to be used. Ay, that's a lot of damage to take, you know, it's alright. We'll pretend it was one of their army spells. go ahead and use our rune axe again. Of course, I mean, of course we're fine. I don't think they have enough range power on the map anymore to kill the Thunder Barge with everything. I mean, they might. They've got a lot of stuff here. That's right. They do have that secondary army coming in too. Well, all the more reason for us to continue on and continue forward. Because, you know, if we get the Thunder Barges far away from respectable society where they can't hurt anyone. Mounted yeomen. Man, you know, that's a bunch of Bretonnian nonsense. Standards have sure fallen here in the Empire if they've resorted to employing a bunch of Frenchmen about it. You know, the Huntsman actually... I was like, a level 50 Huntsman probably can do, like, a whole lot of damage. Let's get out of here. And by out of here, I mean go in that direction about it. Oh, I did it again. Okay, at least they're just grenade launchers that are going to totally murder them. Oh my goodness. Why did I not think they'd be able to come from this direction? Alright, we alarm them. They get one brilliant volley on our cannons, really doing a lot of work. Well, you know, we could pretend they died to something that wasn't stupid if we want. And this guy's shooting at gyros. I bet he can barely hit them, right? I bet he's terrible at hitting them. They're super missile resistant anyway. And he actually... It's not a lot of AP either, so... We probably do owe him here. Not if we're getting shot by other guys, though. Unfortunately, we let ourselves get, you know, wow, they're really thinking about doing this, aren't they? Let's... You know, it looks like this choke is where we're going to be fighting, right? Wow, and these iron breakers getting very, very trucked on here, right? We're going to use the muster of malevolence on these Empire Knights. Good news is the Thunder Barges are in a perfect spot as they... This is wonderful, right? They're just pushing their reinforcements in there. Our engineers battle their Huntsman General in prolonged duo combat. Because they keep on trying to come in this direction, but then, you know, if they get through a little bit, we still get to hit them. Look at these iron breakers over here. These Knights of the Light, yeah. So now here the cannons actually get to open up for a brief shining moment in time, right? And then just do beautiful, beautiful work. This is the greatest offensive siege ever. Gromby having a party. These guys have been... Oh, they're literally not even shooting at him anymore. They're just sitting here. They got bored with shooting at him. Alright, like, you know, now that they're shooting at him, they're doing very well, aren't they? I was shocked to see him alive, but I guess they were just chilling. Alright, let's speed it up a bit. The long rifles are shooting us, so the answer is to go away. This way away, though. Not in a way that makes you go over the buildings. That just makes you an even bigger target, right? You gotta not do that. Can't attack air. Oh, grenade launchers. That's a real shame for you, isn't it? For I happen to be air. Gotta go over the bridge appropriately. Now a tower here or there or here or there is fine. We're just gonna go up this way. Just move in to attack them there. We're still doing fine on this front here, but honestly, are we though? Oh, they do have one cannon, a proper cannon. Let's get out of there. Pretty careless, but hey, that's the thing about having 70% missile resist. You can do very dumb things several times before it bites you. And the gyros, you know, now I guess, okay, now the mods make a difference in the battle, but hey, if they weren't gyros, we'd just have them on the ground, and then it would take longer, and we'd have to be smarter about our artillery. The Bugman Rangers are on the long rifles now, so that's not gonna, they're not gonna survive that at all. Like, they can't, Auckland long rifles can't put up any amount of resistance to any amount of missile pressure, you know. They're a weapon team unit. That's not what they're made for. We're too high up in the air there, getting shot by great cannons, no doubt. Let's just get them. They got a mortar there too. Okay, the cannon's over. No, that's a mortar too. Where's the cannon? Okay, the cannon's right here, and probably haven't been shooting anything all game. That's all right. You know, you hate it for them. Alright, the good news is that these guys are very good at knocking off the Empire weapon teams. Well, no, it's probably because they're army lossing, huh? Alright, where's the unbreakable stuff? Where are we at? Huzzah! Quite a fight, of course. Just a sound of value on the thunder barges, as expected. I don't think we need Thunderers against Empire, but I mean, they are good, though, for some applications, you know. I mean, obviously, when they have skirmishers, I mean, these skirmishers got 2,300. They would have been good against that, but I mean, Quarrelers should be better there. I think actually Bugman's Rangers, you know, in terms of being able to flank and get on, like, long rifles and stuff, maybe that's the answer. Maybe that's an answer. I mean, they got some value, right? Speaking of some value, Grumby with 4.7, and then the Engineers feasted, and, you know, Story tried his best. $10K on both of the Thunder Barges. There was a lot to go around. There was a lot to go around.
The Dwarfs need me.
Alright, there's the tankard. And we can give him... Oh, because, I mean, with tankard, you don't have to double dip into a potion of healing. You know, Doran's got Elfbane. We're not really fighting elves right now, but still, it's very important. Maybe we could send it through the Underdeep to a different army where they were fighting elves, but it's okay. Story has no armor on. Well, that'll never do. Let's give him some missile block, why don't we? You know, that'll, maybe that'll go far. I mean, alternately, we could give him speed and strider and stuff. I mean, that is good for a runesmith. It's also good to be brave and such. Well, you know, really, we can get him... We're just going to take somebody's armor that's got what we're looking for. Not Iron Warden's shield, but... the much rarer taken Gatekeeper's Helm. Because now he'll be able to give us that nice aura for the spell and missile resist if he's just hanging out somewhere, you know. More missile resist on the Iron Breakers if we're going to be sitting in a shield wall. That'll be amazing. And then, you know, boosting their spell resist even further. Can't beat that. I am the White Dwarf. Here... well, he's got a goblin here already. Global slots tied up till next turn. I mean, we'll just take like a Quarreler, right? A Quarreler is totally legit against Empire. I like arrows, and they match up very well against handgunners, against all of the skirmishers and stuff. You know, you can't beat that. Here with the Skaven. Mancha's over there, but
Time for a reckoning.
find here. Khorne declared war on us. How could he?
Maybe I should. For the wisdom of the layer, let us begin. Absolutely.
Oh, you know, this guy's
My axe.
this guy's probably gonna come in and fight us on the crackback, huh? Well, you know, we'll see how it goes. Bet we'll wish we didn't let the Thunderbarge get so beat up, right?
Summon me if you dare. If you say so, Finley.
Still a story if you get beat up, you know,
Lord of Clan Borgrim.
we'll figure it out.
Demon Slayer. The axe thirsts for war. Demon Slayer.
Alright, and shockingly,
Slayer.
alright, what do we want to do here?
Bane of demons. Demons.
I mean, that is what I want to do, but I would like to get...
It shall be done. Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer. Lord of Clan
Yeah, Alaric's so far away from him, though. You know, why doesn't he just go in here and see what happens? After all, he's a slayer. Oh, High Elf. Ha. Well, that's why we won't do it, because it's a High Elf sea portal. Okay, well then we will move into this land to seek our doom and or support
for the wisdom of
the realms there. Obviously, if we lose an army here or there, that's bad for the realms, but not a disaster for the campaign. There's not going to be a disaster for this campaign anymore. I would have to actively try to fall to something. Although we could lose some land. Sure, we could lose some land, but
the axe thirsts
I mean, fundamentally, I think at this point that you could get a 19 Thunderbarge stack, and that would auto-resolve basically anything.
thirsts for war.
All right.
Dragon Slayer.
No characters available. They'll be available next turn, and we've got all these guys in here. And speaking of the next turn,
If you dare.
in 2 turns, these Thunderbarges will be done, and then that'll be very cool. We're just gonna do a very quick building pass, not a long one, not even a deeps one, I don't think, unless one specifically catches our eye for being highly probable to have something going on, like a 7. Well, you know, that one was even fine. We gotta keep it rolling, gotta keep it moving, got to move and move and move. After all, with about a straight billion, deeps is better because you can get growth out of it, but you know, you don't want to. Because we're not honestly that many. We're not that many buildings from having single turn global Thunderbarge recruitment, which is the funniest sentence I may have ever said, and certainly is the funniest thing I've said all day. Is this safe? Yeah, we can deeps here. Well, no, we can't. No, we'll save it. And that's the thing, when you say you get the minor settlements, and you save the the growth, because your in-game tech as dwarves is just such a hilariously wonderful amount of tech, right? It's not like what you normally get. 6,500 oath gold a turn now. I mean, that's good, but we need more. Just want to keep it rolling. Gotta keep it rolling. Troll country we're not going to take, so we'll just do this. Drop the money because it's not oath gold. Hold on to all that. Hawkland's doing fine. We pick up this one. Lots and lots, you know. Also, we'll be directed by the intern to all the new places that we've taken the whole of for commandment purposes. But here we're just churning through, right? Just churning through. Feels good, you know. There's a lot to manage, but somehow I manage. Of course, with infinite money, you hardly need to build buildings anymore, but look. Once we get to single turn thunder barges, alright. Because we're very far from hero cap, by which I mean to say, like, from being able to recruit heroes to our hero cap. I mean, the Dragon Slayer is 13 away, but we've got 42 engineers, 30 thanes, you know, like, even if we recruited a runesmith, 2 of them for every army, 2 wouldn't be bad. They're just not dramatic, you know. They're not dramatic picks. Still only one turn in? Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, it's been going well. We fought a very big battle with Grombrindal's army against like 2 forces plus, you know, a big tower here, where both of the thunder barges got like 12k value. We fought another one up here. This guy's probably gonna die there, you know. But yeah, we've been rolling through. The defense is still there on the Bugman's breweries to figure out what's going there on the next turn. But I guess we can go ahead and move out now that. Oh yeah, but importantly, so what happened was, you know, we declare we don't call our allies to help. Crucially, Estankia's in a defensive alliance with them, and she's just like. This seems like a y'all problem, right? I've always found the Dawi to be incredibly reasonable, and I'm staying out of it, so that was nice. And we thought, you know, what's something, you know, obviously we're not like paying her off, but like what's something we could do to show her how much she's always meant to us, you know? So we were like, what does she love? Weird forests. So we took the weird forest at Griffin's Wood and gave it to her, and we gave her like 100 grand too, you know, to buy herself something nice, you know, like a necklace, whatever she wants, some boar's teeth, that kind of thing. We have 2-turn Thunderbarge recruitment now, so closing in on that magic number. And Okri has finally hit the portal. The 18 Thunder Barges and 8 Peaks are about to finish, and they can be distributed out. But I mean, we had like, you know, we had the turn we fought Gelt. Rurik Olfrowner had quite a nice defense against Gelt and a little beat up army there. Been rolling through the Badlands here, as you see, and you know, just all around rocking it out, doing wonderfully. Guthrie's going down there, and then Doran's going to deliver some of these extra thunder barges to these guys who don't have as many, and these guys, it get declared war on us, but you know, really the delivery of thunder barges could go here. These guys don't have any at all. Of course, in just a couple of turns they'll be able to recruit them soon enough, but yeah. So those are interesting. Yeah, I was looking, I was like, so is that like an ogre thing? It's like a River of Echoes. I'm like, man, what's it? What's the story there, you know? Alimento, you know, like stomach, like eating, right? You know, and then it's got this river that, you know, underpins it. It's so interesting. Oh, you can sail on the river. That is very cool. And come out there? That is... Stop it. I can't handle such brilliance.
Yes.
Alright, I think that was everything. Alright, the only one we want commandment, and we want no siege equipment, because no siege equipment will tell you if you accidentally have a guy and you're like, oh, I'll do that later. You know, and, you know, because you got, like, some land to think about. But Malakai closes in on Zhufbar. Retake the realms. And fascinatingly, none of these guys are actually in proper dwarf Karax. We have to take them though, cause look at how many grudges, right? So.
Time for a reckoning.
You come bearing arms. Is it war?
Oh, he's just... Oh, because all the other ones broke. Yeah, because he... Well, you know. Yeah, it's war. After all, you are allied with an ogre and an Elgi. You fool. Migrate him Deckendorf, you say? Well, it won't be too complicated, I guess. But so many grudges on the settlements. You know, we'll accept peace whenever he wants it. Once we get him out of our mountains. I'm not opposed to him having some lands here, you know, but he hardly needs, like, the mountain on this road. I mean, is he really going to be a good steward for the road between, you know, Blizzard Peaks and the 8 Peaks here? No, you know, we want that under our control. But a little respectable corner there, absolutely. And we'll give him Mackendorf too, you know, to be classy. I assume he'll take peace when it's said and done. We got all of these Dragon Slayers ready to get into armies. Gombrand Hammerfist and his many Thunder Barges will be finishing up soon, and then, you know, it's gonna be... Loon had a little bit of a party. He did alright. Just cracking there. Oh, it's not labeled as one, but it is one. Oh, no. Yeah, Ozul is one. Okay, yep, there you go. Well, nope, he can't have the whole thing. But we'll give him, you know, we'll give him... Well, this also is like the gate to the whole thing. So we'll give him Akendorf. Obviously, this is too important. You know, Akendorf is still plenty important, but not like central to the passage of the realm, because that road now connecting to the Soul Road and there, you know, it's a much quicker way to get through the mountains from Karakate Peaks. Because this way you've still got to go through uncertain territories. Yeah.
To doom, then.
I was just gonna say the trouble. You know, it would be a tidier border. Harger Ironforge, I don't know what I'm doing with you. Oh, they're just like hanging out. Wow, I sure wish I could pan across the map a little faster. You know, it really hurts to forget to move for this exact reason. For converting with ogres, no, indeed. To attempt to be fair, it's not like they moved into the fight with them. But to actually be fair, the reason they didn't move into fight with them is because they were afraid of me, not because they respected me. That's double look anyway. Piece of tubal. With Elspeth it was. Didn't really look at Scrag or Imrik because that's irrelevant. Franz wasn't quite ready for it yet. And, you know, I believe Durthu is part of the mix now too, and Bretonia. Sure, always needs to be so much land, right? And that's the thing. He has 100 settlements. Who knows how many Karaks he's got in the southern mountains? You know, I certainly don't know. And it'd be one thing to be like, you know, we can be quite confident that Franz doesn't have any land that we require, right? Because we've looked at all the stuff he's got, and I'm pretty sure he's clean of it. We got the mod to decline diplomacy, which of course won't always insulate you from an intern. We didn't get attacked by Franz there. That's very nice. I'm like, I mean, we could do it. Let's just move it along. Wasn't much of a reinforcing army. Now this'll be interesting, right? Yeah. Alaric Sauerscowl healer. So we don't have engineers in this force, but we do have goblin hewers to go and pop the tanks. Or the dimmies. So we've got... Yeah, we need to do this fight because this is going to be fascinating, right? This is like a proper how do you solve the endgame problem with what you brought to the fight stack, because we don't even have giant slayers, which is what you want for the steam tanks. Of course, Alaric lacks armor piercing, lacks some armor piercing. The dragon slayer will get it done. We do have regen and stuff, you know, so it'll be fun. The thing about the tanks, though, is one tank, if they spent all of their ammo on a Thunder Barge, probably still can't kill it. 40 ammo, 70% damage, you know, like, it's, they probably still can't kill it. So fundamentally, they're not in any great spot. And the Goblin Hewer will chunk a tank. But not from the front, they've got that ballistic plating. So you need to get your Goblin Hewers around the side. But we'll probably spend most of the Hewers on destroying these Dimmies. But before we do that, I'm going to take a short break, get another drink. Like, is that what I did before we did the battles in that turn? Are we still in that turn? No, this is the end turn. Yes, the Gunnery School versus the Engineering Guild. They're gonna see how much more right we are. Because now I'm thinking with this, we'll just... I mean, a volley gun steam can will do better damage to the Thunder Barges. And we don't have a good answer to it beyond running up and smacking it. But that is a good answer. We'll see how it works. I'll be right back. All right. Let us get to it. The Battle of Eckendorf. Like, do we play Empire after this campaign? I don't know. No, You say, by the way, we're in the Battle 5 where stage of the Hobbit, except the 4th Army's on. There's never else the other one, right? Yes, we all know what we're getting out of this. Alright, so here we just want the Thunder Barges to not get surprised, and the cannon to not be surprised. I mean, we can have the cannon, like, in the tree line, right? Because, oh yeah, the other thing that's really good against tanks is Thunderbarge spikes. They absolutely put the biggest hurt you've ever seen on it. Is my... Okay, yeah, it's like a look over there. They're on the screen, but like they do super good. These cannons do wonderfly here. We're just going to shield wall the Grom, roll it up. And this lake here is absolutely hysterical, right? Like, why do we deserve such beauty? Alright, what we're gonna do is just find the volley steam tank. And spike it with 3 and see what that does. Pretty good. And here we have Gyro's time to shine. Timmy halberds are a prime target for them. And we're just trying to get in the front of them here, because, yeah, definitely, you know, although this block is fine, we're not really doing too much. Well, I mean, we're tying up their leader and a whole bunch of units of elite cavalry. It's hardly doing nothing, right? But when you do this for the Rune of Speed, then, you know, your guys are actually very quick indeed. Not like we take advantage of it, but you know what we can do with that. Time to get the Goblin Hewers in. And the Goblin Hewer here, hopefully they won't demolish the Iron Breaker. I've done such things before, though. Good news, the Iron Breaker's got air support. Bad news, I think the Thunderbar just killed most of them. Bad news, the Gyro Bombers are chasing into them. Good news, oh, they're getting away with it. We're going to get some minor blasting charges and throw them at the long rifles here. Wow, speaking of the long rifles, they are feasting on that one. Let's get away from that. But, like, we're about to get terrorized at these miners, but, you know, if we can... There we go. Gyrocopter is very good against landship. Of course, gyro bombers need, like, a lot of straightening up before they fire, but gyrocopters, it seems like, you know, although they are more vulnerable for a lot of reasons, you know, higher model count makes them... Alright, so we're just going to get in here. Of course, Goblin Hewers are very quick. We don't even have any engineers in this army. And they're about as fast as you can stand. Oh, those poor miners with blasting charges. But we popped the land ship, and you know, the tanks are annoying, but if you can just, like, get yourself where the tanks aren't going to hit you. The Thunderbarges are too good against it, right? Thunderbarges are way too good against tanks. That's really what it comes down to. Because the Thunderbarges want to shoot them desperately because they can see them, but the Thunderbarges have 70% missile resist. And that's why we need an engineer for these big Thunderbarge stacks that has the Gatekeeper's aura for the missile resist, because at 80% missile resist, of course, even better. But you know, the heroes are doing their best. Because they also heal 20%, right? Because they're because they're teched steam tanks. So every steam tank takes a good bit of killing, but we know how. But you know, if we get behind a steam tank, with these goblin hewers, then that directional plating, well, they'll really feel the direction, won't they? And in any case, we definitely put a hurting on them, you know. It shows that, you know, one tank is not a match for one Thunderbarge, not even close, right? And I don't think anybody thinks a tank is a match for a Thunderbarge, but look, this is about proving a point to Elspeth. Not only does she need to get out of my land, but my stuff's better than hers. My hair's better. Yeah, I said it. Never see Elspeth in a mohawk. It's weird that, like, the lore blurb there for Pox Fulcrum for the Nurgle's little experiment person is, like, Isha, the Eldar god, but instead of, like, any of the pathos of, like, it being, like, a force that was supposed to be good, it's, like, actually just a demon that's weird, and, you know, it's strange that they changed that for fantasy. But I guess with the elves much more active here than they are in 40k. Makes sense. And there the Bone Rattlers come in, but of course that is why we put Halkenaf Grunson here. To just beat up on Ozag, apparently. I don't even know who's there. I mean, look, we could have done it. But we're trying to move it along. Trust me, there's plenty of greenskin fights to come. Or at least some. We've been fighting, you know, and that's... One thing that's great about this campaign is... You know, I like the battles. I like an interesting battle. I like interesting early, mid, and late game battles. I like a defense where it feels like, you know... At least where you're not like afraid of losing, but you're glad that you're in the fight because you're like, okay, I'm gonna get to tune up these armies without even using my movement on it. You know, I love being at that point in the campaign when you're not, how am I gonna pay for it, but like, where do I want to go? And of course, this is dramatically outside even like my wildest expectations for glory when it comes to, you know, because not least that we would be over almost the entire map by now, just us. And, you know, Mary Swever says, your ancestors had peace with us. Can you just saying, yes, but...
We drive? No.
The Skaven Vermintide? Question mark. Hey! Brock Ironhammer gets the trait, but I think... Nope, they both get it. Wonderful! The elf swords click on just in time. Wonderful stuff. Alright, now what we need is to go to Vertbod and get rid of this trickster cult. Can I find it on this map? It's down here. Like, nope.
The dwarfs need me. You have my axe.
And my axe. Wait, he already said that part. You say you always make yourself forget they exist. Well, that's a technique fraught with peril. There's the lady.
My treasures are mine.
Oh, her army is very normal, isn't it?
My will be done. Demon Slayer. To doom. To doom, then.
Sorry about you, buddy.
My anger burns bright.
Yeah, get in line.
Is their doom or mine? Chasm, 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 ah! Everything was dwarven once. This is a game.
Everything. Everything.
Demon Slayer. They up. Die gloriously. Doom Chaser. Can I help you? Malakai Makaisson. For a glorious death.
Well, it's a shame that that other army wasn't inside. But yeah, also, so this Master of Nugrungi, that was my other idea. Like, we're giving this to Malakai, right? So, this'll have an aura for 20 missile resist. That takes you to 90 for the Thunder Barges if you have them inside of it. And that is, of course, as high as resist gets. And, you know, I figured that would be very good against the Empire indeed. And why not for Malakai's army to have, you know, the very, very best of them. And I figured, too, we could do this. We grabbed in the Master and Groth One Eye, and then we'll do that for, like... I mean, discouraged on...
Bring those cannons to bear. This'll do. Burn
Yeah,
that
maybe I should have done it. I'm hungry.
Demon Slayer. Slayer. Young'uns rush to the killing.
I'll be right back. I should have done that fight. That's annoying. I shouldn't have clicked away from it. You know. We've been doing a lot of fights. I was just thinking, oh, a little minor thing, but yeah, it was Zhufbar. We should have done it. That's too bad. Because we did, like, we autoed one of the ones on the correct too, but it's like, you know, you want it to be the big battle there, but, you know, if it's not, then, you know, how much do you force it? What? Oh. I'm like, what's going on here? Well, obviously what's going on here is Clan Wars.
Summon me if you dare. Stop! No! Drink them! It shall be done. Revenge it!
Alright, time to fight some Skaven for H peaks. Only two. This is the first one. Because Vermintide gives you 10 turns and then it kicks on with a question mark and then... Because we got this on the Gorok campaign too. And then another fight. And then you get 4 after that, I think. Driven the Vomitus. Of course, they do have rattling guns, but we'll have the 4 organ guns coming in here high on the wall. That'll be quite nice.
Vengeance calls.
These iron breakers are named. Kind of makes sense for it to be the endgame crisis. Short hell pit, sun precedent, yeah. And magma cameras here, yeah. And of course, we weren't really dealing with the Skaven for so long. Rodents of unusual size? I don't think they exist. Like, oh yeah, Menace Below. They'll probably have some of that. Well, we got a Doom Seeker and a Giant Slayer. They'll be able to deal with that. Really thought that's gonna be much at all. Yeah, exactly. You know, there was the minor faction up there, which we mainly autoed against. We fought them a couple times, and then we fought some Skaven army, but not like a good one. What we want to do here is Plague Bugs and Plague Bug Sensor Bears are a great target for this. Because if we can wake them up with the army abilities, well now, well, we've got an army here too.
Off we go! For the High King! Moving out! Dragon Slayer! I see not! Take to the air! Off we go!
Because here we have like a nice traditional I'm a very wealthy dwarf, but Thunder Barges don't exist yet army. Eight Iron Breakers, I mean.
Off we go! Guts! Slayers! Strike
You know, they must not have any Menace Below, right?
on the way!
That makes sense too, because they wouldn't have any corruption here.
Slay them! Nothing can stop us! Hammer us! Yes, Lord! Fall through! We are relentless! Nothing can stop us! Moving out! God!
Because we don't have any proper cannons here. But we do have, you know, dig-in organ guns, which do a million damage, but no, we have one cannon here. That's right, Belagar's army has one proper cannon. But I don't think they have any real, yeah, they have plate call catapults, which are bad for me, but like, I mean, you know, this is hardly a slouch of an army, you know. Plenty of hell pits, plenty of fun stuff, but you know, the end game crisis, it's not yet anyway. Alright, what do we do here? To the infantry again, if we could find them. Yeah, And that's the thing about the Zhufbar is if you can just get them to come at you, then, you know, you can be dwarves about it. So they try to get, like... Because we're, like, ages far away from them. I don't have anything good for closing the distance and forcing them in. What do we do? If we, like, summon on top of a rattling gun, we just get deleted by the other stuff, right? Like, move forward? That'll never work. No, they'll just get bored. Yeah, there you go. I'm like, they just need time to think. There we go. After all, they think they're stronger than we are. And they've got a reason to. They've got a pretty fearsome stack here, and we have a plan. The further they get from their artillery, the better we are, of course, because our artillery will eventually get in range. They get too far out, we can just... Because I don't think they have anything over here right now. So we'll just... We'll minor blasting charge summon here from our amazing... Oh, I'm like, wait, no, they've got a ton of stuff over there. I just couldn't see it. Ha! Well, you know, this is still going to let us get on the Plague Claw Catapult. Well, you know, they've got Giselles on us now. Well, actually, we won't... Okay, so actually, we won't... We're slower than they are. The Giselles are just going to kill us. Well, I thought it was a plan. Come on, guys. Alright, it's not working. We can't think about them anymore. Ironbreakers just getting beat on there, you know, I think we're in for it. I think this army's gonna have a lot of trouble with the Skaven army, but maybe not. After all, they don't have a lot of really good flanking stuff, and once our artillery opens up, we do have a lot of organ guns. I don't think they can pierce in, right? And then the organ guns will shoot at the rallying guns, and I mean, it'll probably be fine. Messy, but hey, what glorious fight isn't? Obviously, once they get into the actual force multipliers, things start looking a little better there. Okay, okay. Let's just iron break our way into some success here. Mutant Rat Ogre. I'm like, yeah, what? So, reports of my death were greatly exaggerated. I forgot. We were here with Belagar and his crew. This is hardly an ordinary army. But man, oh man, death globes, rattling guns, Giselles, it's a rough time to be the righteous Dawi here. But you know, that's the thing. With the big enough front line, it doesn't matter. Of course, this is just a 2v2. If this was a fair fight, and they had 5 or 10 stacks, well, the organ guns might have run out of ammo. But as it is, doing just fine there. The Gyro Bomber plus... I bet the Grudge Settlers have been doing alright. Yeah, 2k value. Grudge Settlers do amazing because they have super slow shooting time, so even without any backup to give them more ammo, like, the Grudge Settler Gyros, you have to get a Nullengram era right, which is hard to do every time if you're me, but, you know, that's the only way you can get them. So in any given campaign, depending on confederations and whatever happens, you know, you may only get access to 2 or 4 of them, but they are so amazing. You know, anti-large in the air, if they don't have fire resist, boy oh boy does it ever get it done. They shoot every 15 seconds, but that just gives you time to reposition. But that's just where, you know, you need something to make them come to you. Some Thunder Barges always work a treat. But here, you know, with a ton of ranged units from the Skaven, you know, what we have here works. Just an absolute zound of, with Belegar, gold shielded iron breakers, you know, with some fizz resist and missile resist, you know, there's not a lot they can do against that. Because even if you see yourself losing HP and you're like, why? You know, it's probably Plague Claw catapults, so even if you're in Grobble thing, you know, they're going to have that explosion, that AoE. But with an army, when you have, you know, 5 Rattling Guns and a Jezzail, that's too much of a threat for me to fly an Air Force into anyway. If you fly a 70% missile resist Thunder Barge into 5 Rattling Guns, they'll still kill it. And they won't run out of ammo doing it. They'll do it in probably 15 seconds if all 5 of them are shooting at it. One of them will do half of a Thunder Barge's health bar if it doesn't have, you know, missile resist, like just very casually.
The axe thirsts for war. But our
But we take care of Clan Moors, and alright, so they come out here in the front of Hell Pit. Oh, and they get all these agents as well. Well, Finny Bugman's here. Now this is a stack that's been raring to go. Now they don't have any items, not really. Just the Ring of Grimnir on the big guy. But real quick, let's distribute some items to him as we can. We'll keep the Ring of Grimnir on him, you know, why not? And then here, all of these other dudes, we're just gonna get stuff on them real quick. Why not a nice red axe for you? And then there, we'll just toughness is a potion of healing, right? Yeah, basically it's just a little different. We'll give the Thane the Obsidian Blade. We'll give this Thane Executor. Alright, now that we've got them slightly more stuff, it's time to declare war! Now this is my idea of a great time. We don't have any artillery. But a whole bunch of Slayers is like artillery. Because the thing about Skaven is, these Rattling guns could kill all these Slayers, but Finny Bugman with the hero stack. We can get it at 225, like right here. So they'll come out. And 20 seconds later, we'll be able to charge at them. Do we just go for it? Do we just... I mean, it sounds dumb, but do we just... Because we can just do a passover. No, that is dumb. Charging in over here at the very beginning is not, though. That's just... You know, we're Slayers after all. Alright, do we have... Like, because if we just... They're in the trees some, that's pretty good. What if we just try to spike this guy? Because the thing is, oh yeah, they're running, so if we just... You know, maybe what I thought was being funny and reckless is actually going to be awesome and good, actually. Because it does look like we are alarming the pants off of them. Oh yeah, look at that. Look at my jokes. They work. You know, that's the thing about an appropriately large front line. We'll give those guys a ward save if we can. These... Nope. Bad. Alright, we need to get in on this flank or it's all for nothing. Oh yeah, look at that. Rush! You know, I spend so much time standing still. Well, of course, this is an army that doesn't have a backline to defend. And isn't it just beautiful? Maybe we'll play Khorne next. No, not really. I mean, I like having the choice of doing this.
Nothing can stop us. Obey me. Aye, lad, I'll do it.
Because, of course, now this crew's showing up, and they're going to get it done. They don't have any of the cool stuff, but they don't need it, right? Master Assassin there, but, you know, these... Just put a sweet clan of, rune magic there down, and now all of these guys, oh, they're so ready to fight. Look at them brawl. too many spell effects to let us see what's happening, you know. But what's happening is that these Skaven are having a terrible time. And now we see, alright, so one unit of Rattling gun shooting at this one. Well, you know, it hardly gets the whole thing down. But a Rattling gun does have like 30 ammo, and they will absolutely kill Thunder Barges if you let them shoot them for long enough. Like, look at that. That's going down quick, right? Losing like 1,000 in a volley, that's a lot. Of course, if you had like 19, you probably, very probably could just like, you know, dive on a line of Rattling guns and get it done. But you know, so a few of them is great. If they had like a big air force, then you know Thunderboard, you know, it won't matter. It won't matter if the Thunder Barges get cracked by something like 10 Chimeras in the future, because we'll just get more Thunder Barges, right? It's not like the old days. We have 2-turn global Thunder Barge recruitment now in the proper places, and it will be 1 before too long, which is so stupid. It's supposed to be 6 global, Bellegar gets it to 5, and then, you know, a few hop skips and buildings later. And maybe that's a thing too, you know, we can... These guys got 1 million value. Because I expect that, you know, they just ran in and everybody ran away from them. It's almost like you want that to fight a stack of nothing but dragons if you should run into one. Or like that Chimera stack from 180 turns ago. No, it wasn't that long.
Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer. Chasm. Ah! Follow at your peril. Don't rush destiny. Dishonored. They up. Bane of demons.
But obviously these heroes, you know, now they've got to level 22. So they all got immortal right there. We'll distribute their laters at a later date. Or not.
Let us begin.
An actual colonize there, and then we've got Wulfric before too long. We got Wulfric right here. Exocox Manbane. Oh, that's a fun little army there. Of course, it's no match for our standard issue. Well, I mean, it's not entirely standard. We don't have an engineer in it, but he's a Demon Prince of Khorne, which is, well, it's choice.
This is not.
I'm like, does he... Have they given him something that makes him not terrible yet? Nah. No. Demon Prince is a corner trash. Now a Nurgle Prince. Now you're talking.
Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer. Let us find our depths.
We could have done that ages ago. Never should have left it. For Ungrim, you know, he could have done it on his own time if it was the thing he wanted to do.
Demon Slayer. Slayer.
Alright, so they dealt with the Skaven there. Scarbrand is very far back from us indeed, and that's just great, you know, because that's what you want. You don't want to be fighting the wars close to home. Hey, DB, you say, can Vassal declare war on their master? think so. I don't... Well, like, so... Yeah, they can break your vassal agreement, and that'll make them declare war. So, I guess yes. Yeah, breaking the agreement does it. When you played Khorne, one of your vassals could warn me. Is it only Slaanesh and Warriors of Chaos vassals could not? I didn't even know that Warriors of Chaos vassal couldn't. I knew, like, the Dark Fortress one would make them not able to, but I didn't know if you just got one, like, in a trade, you do it. I'm always pretty wary of vassals because they tend to not get along. But I haven't played Slaanesh like really at all. I played a bit of a T'Challa campaign, and I played, you know, a bit here and there. But ooh, look at that! Look at that disgusting stack! Look at that shameful display. Of course, we don't have anything really good against that right here. Alright, so what do we do to deal with that? Well... You know, we just need more giant slayers, right? Just a lot of giant slayers. Just so many of them. Because the Rune Lord on the anvil, I mean, I guess the tank... No, the tank will be able to shoot it pretty well, right? Yeah. Like, the tank won't be good at fighting it, but...
By the king's command. Demon Slayer. Mad to follow a Slayer. What? Hone your skills, Dawi. An artillery train to speed us up.
Oh, Stotchel Bugman, we're gonna give him some levels real quick just so he can fly in the air with the greatest of ease in this next battle, which is likely to be happening soon. And accordingly, you know, we'll just give this guy the standard I start at level 30 Thane build. There we go. They have seduce vassal mechanic and have the dark vassal mechanic. Okay, so that would make sense. Yep. I once upon a time I got, like in Warhammer 2 I think it was, but I got a mod called Fudging Vassals. That was the actual name of it. But it was to it basically made your vassals unable to, you know, declare war on you. You know, they couldn't break the agreement. Of course, back then it was a lot harder to get vassals, because now, right, you've got... Do we deeps up here? I mean, yeah, we totally can defend all that. But yeah, if you never call your vassals to war, 3K strategy for getting vassals is get a million more, indeed. Yeah, when you declare war, when you say call on everybody to help, that button forces the people in agreements with you to do what you said or break the agreement. In the case of a vassal, ever breaking the agreement will make them attack you. Like in war, right? So that is like if they're capable of saying no to your diplomacy. Why don't I make a Doomstack of Thunder Barges? Oh, I do have one. I just haven't used it. It only became reasonable somewhat recently. Like this guy's got almost all of them, but we actually in the 8 peaks we were recruiting a lot, but we don't plan on holding on to all of them. He's going to distribute these Thunder Barges to all the other armies here.
Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer.
Loon is gonna come in here. Incendiary Lord. You know, it's hardly an injury. I mean, it would be fun to see Loon beat on a dragon, but we're gonna have plenty of opportunities for that.
Something over there. Summon me if you dare. For the wisdom of Valea, I will not disgrace my ancestors. By my hammer it will be done. Dragon Slayer. Be inspired by a slayer, Dawi, lads.
Be inspired by a slayer, Dawi.
Lord of the Angron. Dragon Slayer. Buster Arms. Drengi. Time for a reckoning. The axe thirsts for war. Demon Slayer. His doctrine is born. Anad. Move. Ready. Killer of dragons.
Alright, so we get him set up a little bit. His thunder barges will be on the way.
Demon Slayer. Bane of demons.
Gonna take the oath. Yeah, I figured that could be appropriate. And then, you know, because
What?
I wanted to give him a reason to go out and fight, right? You know? And his burning hatred of the elves, because Gromby had the dude with Elf Slayer, but he's so far away, right? And I was like, oh, we could give him, like, the Worm Slayer sword and send him out, although that's, like, you know... It's a sword, though.
Gonna need a rememberer for this. Slayer.
1% weapon strength for all armies. Amazing! But, you know, unironically, I'm super pumped about it.
Let us begin. They up. Doom Chaser.
And we can move him up there to get that dilemma next turn. And this guy is there.
As the High King commands. Demon Slayer. Out in the open. By my vows.
Oh. Right. He's from here.
Time to slay the Oathbreakers. And for the wisdom of Valea.
You know, we've fought this exact same double stack a couple times. We're just going to sacrifice our dudes. We've already figured out what we need to do against it. We need another army. Because they're going to be coming back right here, right? That's what we're gleaning from all this. So we're going to need another army.
The axe thirsts for war.
East Mad Dog Pass. Alright, so what's good against these Skaven? We're gonna say Doom Seekers, because we're gonna say that... And Goblin Hewers, right? Yeah. Because they'll have Vanguard, and they'll just be able to charge around and get on top of them to let the Thunder Barges do their work. Or something.
For the wisdom of Valea.
Joseph Whitebeard. My guy's just level 20. Alright, we'll take Grimly here.
Beards in belts. Dishonest. The axe thirsts for war. The throng agrees. Agreed. Raid Altenka. One happen.
We have,
If you dare.
you know,
About this. Demon Slayer.
we have ridiculous ogre stack. No, we're just gonna get rid of it. We're gonna have plenty of ogre fights to come. We fought, you know, Greasus plenty of times already, but
Ready.
he skitters away a little bit.
What? Take it for the High King. They up.
Pig barter, no landmark.
Casting the runes. By the Forge Father.
No, Nick.
What do you want?
And we've already used up all the global slots again. It'll be alright. Alright, except this is a red area and it's gonna take forever. You know, let's just get
Aye, lad, what can I do?
another master engineer here.
Dragon Slayer. For the wisdom of Valea. I'm great, but I can't. Aye. Slayer, come witness my doom. Not this time, laddie. Death Seeker. Vengeful Runelord.
Elmador Hogmog. Doing alright. Copperpot and Bugman meeting back up here.
Shoulder axes, lads. We move. Forwards.
Same problem with the global again, because we were planning on swapping some troops over, but
Wamrak, my axe thirsts for war.
we'll just take these Bugmans here, and Copperpot can work it out later.
Let us begin.
I don't know.
Demon Slayer. Doom's this
Kind of want to save some of those cool units for a potential, other army. You never know who's going to want to... and here's where they'll spawn for that. So now we know where these fools are. This is going to let us move around the mountain.
Don't stop till you're dead. Bane of demons. Slayer. Demons can wait for the axe.
They scurry away. And, alright, the crew's here now. We're just going to move an encampment and move forward and see if all of these demons want to show up and fight them. Oh, we'll see.
Demon Slayer. Keep your axes close.
Of course, when we have all of these guys here, they might, it might have even been a more fun fight up there, but... We'll see if they want to brawl. But he's down to 14. He's probably got stuff in the Black Seas of oil here and all the Scalded Delta. It is so called because it is scalded.
To war by the grudge bearer's will.
And it doesn't happen to minor Skaven factions, I don't think. So, Hellpit, Crookback Mountain, down there, and then also Ikit will get his, of course. We're already all at that, and then more. So we were already in the spots where they're at. So we just need to keep on being ready, and then it's just a couple of turns, and then it kicks on again, I guess.
Let us begin. Shoulder axes, lads. We move. For the wisdom of the layer.
Grimhold, but that's my army. This guy has got a lot of banners. I must have inherited him from somebody else's faction.
Onward to war.
Or I could have just given him a lot of stuff whenever we were doing a pass and I noticed that he didn't have things. Equally likely. Here, with an army like this, he should be invisible.
Time for a reckoning. Can I help you? What? Armed and ready. My axe thirsts for war. I do. I'm leaving. Summon me if you dare.
An impossible path.
Blade Singers will match up very well against our infantry, so our general run at them with Slayers definitely won't do too good there. Of course, Way Watchers also pretty good at deleting stuff. These are scary things. A tank, man, the Wood Elves really have fallen far from the tree.
Go then.
Kazakit, ha.
Leader. All that rock above feels grand. Master of runecraft. vengeful Rune Lord. Demon Slayer. But that armor's heavy, eh? For the wisdom of Valea, let us begin. Yes.
Like, all of a sudden, we're about to get in here. It could happen to anyone, you know, you start doing one thing, and then before you know it, you're... invading the ancient forest of the Wood Elves. It could happen to anybody. In the heat of the moment, you may find yourself invading Athelerin. This is your fault if something goes wrong. Oh, we'll get a landmark to give us quarrelers, you know, the quarrelers that we've used so much of. I've even recruited them a couple of times. Who even knows what they're for?
Even me crest gets bigger.
500,000 positive a turn, just outrageous.
Quickly, let us find our depths. Death Seeker. Demon Slayer. My doom may lie below. Behind King Axe.
Like, did we make it up to the top? Yeah, okay.
Summon me if you dare. Come on then. Demon Slayer. I refuse. The axe thirsts for war.
Hello there, Marius.
Time for a reckoning. Move. Time for a reckoning. Unto glory for the ancestors. Lord of Clan Borgrim.
So here, what do you want? I mean, like, quarry weapon, longbeards? No. Troll hammers don't do well against tanks, right? But they do something? No. Groomgi recruitment? Wow! That's been a hot minute since I've seen that, huh? Guess we'll get Slayers. Ah, that's right, because we are, after all, in Zhufbar. Time to build the Tinker's Den of Engineers, and a wall, of course.
For the wisdom of Valea. Summon me if you dare. thirsts for what?
Oh, they're starving out Scory Stonebeard. Well, that'll never do. We don't really want all those troops out anyway. Let's get to it. So the thing is here is they've got volley guns, which are good against the thunder barges, and Dimmies and great swords, which are good against the heroes. So what we need to do is shoot them. I know, very surprising that my solution involved using artillery. Thunderbirds are very beat up. We absolutely cannot let them get hurt anymore. This dude does fly. The generals of the Empire do indeed fly. At least this army has, like, some items, right? Not all of them. But some. And any items are pretty good. Grenade launchers, you know, that's totally worth shooting. There, we just need to get... Zhufbar shots there, you know, respectable. Probably would have been better to hit the great sword straight than them, but you know, organ gun having a time, and if they just want to let me shoot at them, I absolutely will keep on doing it. As long as they'll do it, because Hochland long rifles are nasty if we let them get on us, and so we'll just stay in the trees. Oh, the iron breakers. Oh, they're just hanging out. I thought they were dead. It's just that they got where they were going. They're gonna have dimmies coming from that way and this way, you know. We're probably gonna die, right? But what are you gonna do? You know, we are seeing that with the shield wall active, you know, they do have quite a lot of resistance, but we're going to take a rear charge here from Demi Halberds, and it's going to be awful. What we want to do here is go like so. To be able to get on these Hochland long rifles. And beautiful stuff there. Our Thunder Barges counter the flank just in time. So as they're trying to get up here, we're going to be able to get in there and there. And speaking of countering the flank, one of these Thunder Barges needs to go get engaged. We'll get engaged here. General of the Empire getting back into the air. What a coward. Oh, it's to jump on the Lord. Well, you know. What a begrudgingly brave thing to do. Oh yeah, they're gonna get all the way on top of all of the artillery. There's no way around that. Every single bit of stuff on the ground that we would have wanted to defend. I mean, we wouldn't be able to hold on to it against an army like this anyway, right? It's a lot of dimmies. But now, you know, we don't really have anything in this blob besides heroes and, you know... So this is an ideal place for thunder barges to be. Absolutely ideal. We'll just keep on shooting here. Yeah, no, we were not able to defend our line at all, but... You know, if we just get some more heroes... More thunder barges. Of course, the problem is this dude is healing. Oh, potion of healing. I'm like, this guy's healing, so that's a problem. Oh, this poor guy getting shot up. He's not built for this. He does have Old Guard's tankard, but not the Unbreakable. We, you know, we need to remember that one way to deal with the volley gun is by spiking it there. This dude is gonna get all the hits on him, and then we need to shoot the land ship, because this is a land ship, which means we can shoot at it. It's not gonna have that weird armor. Yeah, because land ships don't really trade to tanks that well, but the tanks, even volley gun tanks, will just run out of ammo shooting at them. Oh no, a thunder barge. That's what it looks like when they die? I've never seen it in my life. You know, I think we're gonna lose. But you know, maybe not. This General of the Empire is really being a headache, right? Imperial Griffins are very, very strong models, and he is using his like a boss. You know, they got the big armor piercing, solid stats, really great animations, big mass. I mean, not that huge a mass, but big. And we're surrounded by some foes here, right? It's not... Oh, and they got a hero in the air beating on us. You know, I totally didn't notice Griswold here. Anti-infantry... Still gets it done. Such is the mismatch. Because he gets to just, like, cycle in at us, like, you know, and sure, that's how the game works, but... At least we can slow him down with the pendant and just run away, and just run away. You know, landing into these dimmies was probably not smart, but I wanted to get that hero off of our back. Landing into the dimmies was not smart. We'll walk away. I mean, we were trying to help. Yeah, that's what we were doing.
By the gears of Zhufbar.
You know, maybe we'll win. If we pop the Empire Captain, and we need this guy to get back into the air now. Because now this dude runs away. We win! I mean, ish, maybe. No, actually, I think not. Yep, okay, yep, we're not gonna win. This guy, the Dragon Slayer falls, and it's just too many demis, right? That's all it comes down to. It's just too many demis. Too much efficiency out of the steam tanks, you know, like they get it done. That's all you can say about it. And then we get army lost with the Lord gone. Yep. You know, I should have done more to keep the heroes alive. But that, you know, that's the value of steam tanks, right? And of having a bunch. I mean, it wasn't even that many demis, I guess, huh? It felt like a lot. I mean, 5 cav is a lot. It's a lot to deal with, especially when you're already in a 16 stack that's already beat up. With the garrison that was useless. I mean, we can't feel too bad about it, right? It's not like it was a fresh army. If it was a fresh army, it would have been a different story. We still would have got totally trucked on, but it would have been slightly cleaner.
Let us begin.
But hey, you know, we wanted them to stop the siege.
Yes. For the wisdom of the layer.
And that Thunder Barge falls down too, it'll be alright.
What? Aye.
You are not welcome in my court, yet here you are. Friend.
Oh, we haven't actually met them yet.
My anger burns bright. Futile.
Let us begin. Time for a reckoning.
Yes, a close one indeed. Well,
Demon Slayer.
not every boy thrown to the wolves becomes a hero. And now we know what a Thunder Barge looks like when it dies. You know, normally I'm not even playing by that point. I just get up and I say, nope, you know what, we're done. I'm taking my ball and going home. Alright, so that's dealing with the Skaven intro and all of that, and we're there and there, and Malakai's moved, and all of these guys have jockeyed for position, and we've moved here and here and here, and all around the 8 peaks and in the middle. And of course, the most important thing is that we venerate the ancestors. Absolutely got to venerate the ancestors.
Under control.
Coromon got sworn with what we can think of as a standard army, right? Slaughter Guard, Golden Griffin, Uncle for Uncle, Khorne's Bloody Fist, Blood Brute Behemoth, Rotting Riders, you know. I think this is their final battle for the Legions of Chaos. And man, oh man, do I regret just putting that land up there and hoping Estancia would deal with them. Peace, Epidemius. Oh no, I don't think so, buddy. How about Gotrek and Felix instead? Do you have any World Girl students calls? No, not really. We are likely gonna sue him for peace this next turn. We could have done it there, but I just sort of wanted to see what he would do. Nasty stuff. But once we get on top, we'll see. Reinforced army, mostly monsters, so we'll just push up across and then meet them when they come in.
Dawi, kill them together. Stand together. Do it. Kill them together. Demon Slayer. Fate cursed. Going that way.
Oh, we can't even walk through the trees there. Ha!
No, no.
Bad plan.
Slayer. Doom calls.
I'm like, do any of these guys have regen? Nope. Be alright. Hergar Grobynutter has the Blessing of the Lady.
Dragon Slayer.
So, you know, Valaya has set him aside and made him, you know, grand. So we need to make sure to live up to that. That was an excessive bomb for just a Giselle. The good news, of course, is that the Slayers have found their marks. We'll just see how well that works out for them, right? I mean, I'm sure it'll be fine in the short term. Because again, the if you just, that's the key with Skaven, right? Like, yeah, they're scary, but if you just get on top of them, if you can manage that, well, what are they gonna do about it? Like, what are they gonna do? Short, indeed. Thomas Hobbes called life short, nasty, brutal, and short. Short? Short? No, he only says it once. Actually, considerably cleaner than I thought it would be. Just need to be careful not to get friendly fire here. Wow! You know, sure, it's all of them shooting it, but it does delete a hell pit abomination, so, you know, at least they do have anti-monster utility in a pretty huge way there. Speaking of anti-monster utility, Dragon Slayer! Hell of Discord actually incredibly good, you know, for these hero blobs. And now we've got Rallying Gunner shooting. Then that's very bad, of course. That's what we save our Gyro Summon for, because Gyro Summon is good at killing a Rattling Gun. Speaking of weapons team, these are back online. Let's get in here and here. And then Warp Lightning Gale. Pretty good. And then we just truck them on down. And that's the power of the Thunder Barge, baby. And aggression. Lots of times with Skaven, because I'm so nervous about the damage they can do, I'm like, no, just sit still. But that's not the answer, right? The answer is to push across, preferably through trees, and get it. Because sometimes that doesn't work. But if not, like, were you really going to be better off getting hit by their artillery for a minute and a half? Were you? You know, the Slayers didn't get value, but they are fast. They got there, and, you know, the Doomseekers. So maybe that's the thing, you know. Maybe Doomseekers are good against Skaven, right? Because although they have the lower models, I think they have splash attacks. And because they do have lower models, you know, they die less quickly. And, you know, they maintain their strength for a good long while. Even though Giant Slayers do as well. But I think really the strength there is you get Doomseekers, they got that Vanguard, and you can get, you know, in even faster. Because what we need is to get on top of the Skaven weapons teams pronto, right? Not whatever the opposite of pronto is. Legardo, I don't know. I'm just gonna make up Italian words. There's a very funny scene in the Count of Monte Cristo where a character, Dongle, is with some Italians, and he's just like, you know, been freed from being kidnapped, he thinks, or whatever, and he's trying to tell, like, the coachman to drive faster, but he only knows, like, music terms, so he's like, allegro, allegro, you know, and I've always liked that bit. I count Monte Cristo rather a lot. Always have since I was a boy. You know, you shouldn't share fantasies of revenge, but hey, now here's a fight for us. Malakai Makaisson. Here's the battle, and much more interesting too, because now we'll still be in the city, but we'll be on the inside, you know, and they're trying to seize it back. So, yeah, this is much better than having done it right. Obviously, we got our Slayers a little beat up, but hey, you know. We've got a couple brawlers. We've got Max, you know. And with Life Bloom plus Regrowth, you know, obviously one Dragon Slayer can take care of any amount of tanks. Which is good, because we don't have a whole lot of stuff that's good at tanks, so we're going to need to keep them alive. Sure Max doesn't feel great about this war? Yeah, I would be pretty sure about that too. But all the more reason to try to get it taken care of, you know, quickly, equitably, decently. War wagon mortars, that's going to be annoying. I'm going to take a short break, and then we'll do this. So this might be just about the last thing we do, because this is over the intern, yeah. We'll probably call it after this, and then I can get to bed at a decent hour. You know, after talking for 45 more minutes and doing a lot more stuff, because I can't ever do what I say. Like a Dreadquake training for bad. Exactly. I'm so scared of them. But regular war wagons, you know, I respect them. She's got the rattled effect on them, or disoriented. So that is going to be something to worry about, you know. And of course, the Outriders get restock in her faction. It's so outrageous. If I was good enough to use Outriders, you would see me doing that all the time. Anyway, Theodore Bruckner's here, so that'll be something. But I'm going to take a short break, and we'll be back for this, and we'll see how it goes. But yeah, you know, I guess for all that I'm like, how are we dealing with these tanks? Like, the only thing about tanks is they're harder to shoot than Chaos Dwarf artillery is. But the power of tanks is so much lower than Chaos Dwarf artillery. Like, a tank is just a problem that you need to solve. A Chaos Dwarf Dreadquake Mortar train is a problem that demands attention, or your whole army's dead. It's a very different level of threat, even if it's harder to get rid of a tank. You know, obviously we can just let them shoot at a Thunder Barge. Not, you can let a Deathstreak shoot at a Thunder Barge too. You know, the Thunder Barge might be strong. Anyway, I'll be right back. Alright. Yeah, if we were role-playing better, we'd probably have Max take his leave of the army after this. He'd be like, look, I felt super terrible about all that, and I don't want to do it. But... because with the rune here, we have 70% resistant, no, 90% resistant to missiles, thunder barges, so we can do anything we want. All that nastiness is over there. Yeah, but we're just gonna go over the top there. And there. Just charge over. Oh no, Luminarch there. Let's not. You know, we could just be responsible and live inside. Alright, so this is the place that we were defending earlier. So you gotta have this and then this one. So you can set up here with cannons.
For the Karaz Ankor! Cannon! We demand blood! Draken Drengi! Killers!
Because you can just draw them right here. You know, the wall towers are probably all popped. Oh no, that's not true. We can put these tiny troops to work manning the wall. And actually, you know, they do just as good as a big army would do on the wall in terms of holding the towers down. That'd be a waste of an iron breaker. Because here, you know, they have to go in this way. But really, you can, so there's like this choke point. And this choke point, right? And then you've got all of this over here as well. The good news is, obviously, they don't have stuff that's super good at getting inside. Well, let's get to it. You know, we've got iron breakers, we've got magic and Malakai Makaisson. Malakai will be up there to help him out, and we need to just make sure that we keep the airships in a smart place where they won't take too much damage or bomb our own guys until we figure out what's going on. Those mortars will obliterate anybody on the wall, so there's not really a point in worrying about it there.
Let us bleed!
But Gimli and Grimly will do great here. They've got plenty of hope, you know. And we're just going to go ahead and eat a regrowth on Max real quick, get him into fighting shape. We'll have an absolute ton of winds of magic before it's all said and done. These cannons cannot see over the wall to shoot. Man, I sure thought they could. But the towers do, you know, wonderfully. The dwarves on the walls are all still, you know, just tanking these shots. Obviously, it gets them up to, like, totally decent, you know, adds 25% shield. So even the great weapon quarrelers are having a time. And, you know, we'll build some towers on the inside. We'll hold, and Malakai will come down here. And our artillery will definitely do something at some point. But really, we're just seeing the power of some guys with some base level walls, because man, oh man, look at this land ship. Wow. If they put any thought at all into growth settlement, that's, you know, it would be real nice if they would. But I mean, this is we get the towers to fire with the long rifles. This is a tremendous amount of effective damage. You know, that's the thing about walls, though. If you can get away with doing this, you know, go ahead and try to, because honestly, the land ship shooting at my guys or at the physical wall, you know, it's we're not even standing on that wall, right? We're on the tower. Amazing. We're just gonna speed it up some. They've made contact here, but barely. Oh yeah, Spirit of Grungi, that's right. You know, I swear I forgot I had it. I really honestly did. I honestly did. Because the thing is I haven't played a fight with Malakai in probably like 20 hours of game time, right? Well, this is going to be even easier. Well, I mean, not easy. Spirit of Grungi does not have that massive missile resist that characterizes our other stuff, but, you know, these long rifles are going to get very trucked on, and here... Alright, the cannons do get the field of fire there. We got them in a place where they can see. And here, oh wow, look at that. Alright, so they're trying to shoot with handgunners up at that angle. That is a terrible angle to shoot. That's alright. We're going to take this opportunity to fire at greatswords while the handgunners are spending so much treasure. Dude, don't shoot. Don't use small arms fire at a unit on a wall in this game. Just don't do it. Even if you have infinite ammo, you'll just annoy yourself at seeing how much you had to use. I think the land ship got popped, which is just an excellent result, you know. Popping a land ship with a couple little just brave longbeards, good as it gets. They have a flying hero. They do have a flying hero. Well, what do you have to do with that? I mean, Fly shooty stuff, man. Those greatswords got absolutely tuned up. All right, so we're seeing here they're gonna have to walk through this or that. All right, man. Thunderbarge coverage, man. Imagine if the dwarf cities were good with Thunderbarge coverage like this. This is nice stuff. Because you hit right here and you can follow them the whole way up. The Spirit of Grungi! That's right, because we have a Thunderbarge summon. That's a thing you can do now. Alright, so these guys do an awesome job. Alright, so these quarrelers, those quarrelers with 10 models sitting on the wall, have eaten every single bullet from a full unit because look at them shooting the wall. They just can't hit them. You gotta love it. You have to love it. This game's not janky, it's gorgeous. Oh man, the Grungi. Oh, why am I so bad? Okay, so we just got the Grungi and then let an Empire Captain beat on it. Well, at least it's free, right? Jeez. I was saying what are we going to do about the guy and then I totally dropped it. Totally dropped it. Alright, well what we want to do... just make sure the Iron Breakers aren't in this at all, because this does like so much damage. I assume it's just going to just even uncentered. Yes, that's exactly right. We did the right thing. Even uncentered, it shreds these demis.
Malakai Makaisson.
Theodore Bruckner is here, and we need to fight him.
Understood, Lord.
Not with hammers. You know, once we started running, you notice how we, like, are barely taking damage? That's the power of a running Thunderbarge. When you're being chased by something that can definitely hit you, sometimes the game will just let you not get hit. You know, it could have been the handgunners also. Whoops, no, not Thunderburner. This guy's out here fighting war wagons. That's dumb. That tank probably used all of his ammo trying to get the Quarreler off of the wall. You'll love to see it. I'm like, oh yeah, you can totally heal a thunder. Oh yeah, speaking of, why am I like healing the cannon? The cannon is not even online right now. Giant Slayers fighting there. Dwarf Warrior Roving fighting Flagellants. Not a good matchup. There's a lot of not a good matchups happening here. Just want to make sure not to get friendly fire. Wow, wow, wow. The gyro bomber's getting beat on pretty badly. Let's...
Illuminus calls! No lingering! Strike out! Witness the power of this! Cannon! Moving out! Anu! Light of battle! Slayer! Why not? Oh, Jermaine!
I think Theodore Bruckner's already gone. Good stuff. And of course, they're going to be bringing their other weird junk inside, but that's not going to do too much. Outrider grenade launchers do, because explosive damage, wow, yeah, that gets through the old, you know, you don't block explosive damage with shields, but we're just going to come over the top here. They have 100 leadership, but once you get those fire bombs on, they can't do much. Hit the tank. It's their army lossing now, I think, and then we'll just need to... This guy's unblockable. Well, we'll put that to the test. The Burdrick brothers say, "Oh, you don't want to run? Well, swiggity swiggity, bam bam bam. You're a witch hunter? Well, we're dwarves, and you should have been more thoughtful. At 70 melee defense, it's amazing he's not already dead, and he's down to 1. Sorry, Andres." We're just going to heal some Thunder Barges up real quick. I don't think we're going to have another battle this in turn, but, you know, you might as well. Because, man, oh man, you know, having regrowth, you know, Max is... Max is not base game. Obviously, Thunder Barges are even more busted when you can heal them. Which, I know there are ways to get, like, healers into your armies that when you don't deserve them. But I've never done it. It's something like you borrow an army and then you do a shenanigan. I think, like, maybe they have to be immortal and then you effect to have them slain and then maybe they go into your pool. Something along those lines. I've not done it myself, but I hear stories. Of course, if they would just give you anchor points for artillery on walls and on interior settlement things, it would, one, make this game tremendously harder for the player to do sieges on, and would probably make people like me play on lower difficulty levels to make up for it. Borrow an army and get him wounded. You know, we need a bunch of Wayfarers banners, and then... But yeah, you know, boosting... Getting Thunder Barges to 70 through Malakai is already outrageous, but boosting them to 90 with the Master Rune there, or, you know, to 80 with the armor or whatnot, like, really strong. Like, maybe we could do it, but... I was kind of hoping for a Wood Elf World Crisis, but then I was, I guess they mainly just sit there. Mainly just because we hadn't interacted with them at all. Besides, like, Pop and Dryka. Which hardly would upset all the Wood Elves in the world. Deldrick Death Dealer. We get a World Roots Interception. Clean. Both ones. Yeah, I think it's just like one of the guys. It's sort of like how the Orc one is just like, it's not as big and brutal as it could be. It's funny when you look at, I mean, I guess you can tweak what happens in them and, make all of them. You could make all of them happen. If I knew this campaign would have ended like this, maybe I would have checked all boxes except Grudge Too Far, or whatever, but... Well, they're not taking the War Lane down, and I respect that. Hey, Daniel's been destroyed.
The runes are ready. The runes' duty is never done. Is their due or mine? Don't stop till you're dead. Demon.
I just don't feel like fighting ogres. Yeah, we're gonna fight more ogres with more fun armies. Just moving it forward. Fight like a slayer, die like a slayer.
I have the forge fires glowing.
Stonehelm rolls in here. Oh, Marius got around me. Whoops. At least Blizzard Gap's not like a proper classical dwarf hold. Man, he got around. I didn't notice he had moved up there, or we could have dealt with it right there. That's too bad.
Time for a reckoning for the wisdom of Valea.
Yeah, she's doing super well for herself, but does she have 361 owned regions? That's why we are the Slayer Extraordinaire.
Yes. Yes. Master of Runecraft. What do you want? Let's on wheels, lad. To battle!
Arcstorm, an incredibly common. name for Skaven Lord. You feel like you see that one all the time, right? That was a little further in than I thought we were getting, but it'll be fine. Probably.
Thirsts for war. Demon Slayer. Oh, that rock above feels grand.
No point.
Demon Slayer. Let us find our depths.
Alchemist Spark, yeah, yeah. Contact care. Easiest Skaven name to say. We are now at free upkeep for Goblin Hewers and Slayer armies, and almost free upkeep for Slayers in those armies. Additional upkeep of 188k on an army upkeep of about 70 base for 70 armies that are juiced, right? It's so funny. Here we want to get more Slayers.
Hair-dye, squiggles. Vengeful Rune Lord. Demon Slayer. Quickly, of an oath.
Like, where'd all those guys go? Do they not want to fight now that they realize Gotrek and Felix are here?
Leave it to me.
I assume the demons have heard of us.
I have no time for this.
Demon Slayer. Follow at your peril.
It's definitely designed for Method of the Scope. Yeah, exactly. You know, when you think about
To war.
having infinite money and instant thunder barges, but that's the thing,
Reckoning.
is if you actually could get everything together.
Why a slayer? As the High King commands. For the wisdom of the layer. Beards in belts? Aye, grudges will be settled.
And copper pot here, we just need to get Giant Slayers, yeah. Or, you know, Doomseekers, one Giant, yeah. Because now I'm seeing that Vanguard is being incredibly valuable for dealing with Skaven. Because if we just get in on them so much faster and dive the Doomseekers, you know, sure they'll die, but, you know, with single turn recruitment, when they're 2-turn recruitment, you never ever get to use them, in my experience. You never get to use them. But, you know, it's a much easier value proposition. Their Ranger outposts are so good. Just so good when they've already got them built. They are seeking doom, indeed, and sincerely too. You know, the worse I play, the better the Slayers like me. Have you noticed?
Slayer.
I've noticed that.
My doom may lie below. They up, ready. Aye, grudges will be settled. Useful.
Greasus, we are getting in here. Of course, he like consorts with Skaven, and look, the dwarves of Karakazorn had to call out to us for aid because of Greasus's iniquities. Greasus deserves all that we've done to him and more.
Demon Slayer.
I guess we just wait for the
Demon Slayer.
crisis to show up, because otherwise, you know,
Demon Slayer.
I mean, we've got to deal with it, so.
Demon Slayer. Quickest way through is down. Doom Chief.
But it'll be handy anyway, because we don't need anything else up here anymore. And isn't that a beautiful thing? When Longdrong takes the monolith right now, it represents the pacification of the Kraken Sea and the Frozen Sea, the Frozen Sea in this part of the Kraken Sea. Like, that's... I never thought I'd see the day when we didn't have to worry about anybody coming across this water. Wonderful.
What?
Denied!
By my back.
I'm like, by the way, I don't like you.
Bane of demons.
And they'll die to the tune of Norska, Norska, Norska. Of course, Longdrong's we've dropped his army to just having Slayer pirates in it. It's got slightly more Thanes than I would want, but you know, you kind of just go with it once they're there.
Slayer. Demon Slayer. Let's Death Seeker.
You know, it's actually been a while since we fought some Khorne. We were supposed to be going to bed. I remember now. I remember now.
Follow at your peril. Die!
You start with a bunch of Slayer pirates. Yeah, you know, because that, man, we have got to get that ROR make your own thing. I can be trusted with power. I'll be responsible. You know, we'll find a way to make it deeply thematic where the units earn it. You know me, I'm a good guy like that. 'Cause like, if we could just have Slayer pirates with unending quiver on, recharge when you're out of melee, well then they'd be like totally fine. I don't even think that would be too busted of a unit. Because it would only give them one ammo every 30 seconds. Is that really so bad? Would it really be so bad for my boys to be able to shoot?
Demon Slayer. Nothing there. Leave it. The ancestors agree.
I'm like, you know what, Stankia, we'll let you.
Dishonored. Keep your
I mean, but what's the point?
onward.
Well, I mean, the point's so that she can have more frontage over there. We hardly need it. Yeah, let's let her have it.
Thirsts for war.
We'll dive here, reasoning that they can't do anything to us.
Cold. This is nouts.
We won't immediately suggest another Dwarf campaign, but Thorgrim and Belag are both very different from this. Thorgrim's can't hold on, but yeah. Belagar would be pretty interesting, and it may teach me how to be a better defensive player. Exactly, you know, you got the grind there, but it would be a very satisfying campaign. And if we had, you know, that ROR thing, the very grindy nature of the beginning of it would lend itself to a bunch of glorious stuff there.
Demon Slayer.
Well. Alright, if I go to bed now...
You know who I am.
Yeah, Grumpy, we know who you are, buddy. Look at this. They're all around.
No.
I don't serve
They'd have a super bad time if they fought him. I actually don't love the Cloak of Valaya overall. Like, obviously a tanker's better, but we've got... The cloak was woven by Valaya herself. So we obviously can't take it off, you know. A lot of the legendary Dwarf Lord's items are quite bad. Empire 2 would probably enjoy it. Yeah, yeah. More about dwarves than doing mailmans. Indeed. Look, I just really like dwarves. People are, how do you say, too much like humans.
Onward. My axe thirsts for war, by the grudge bearer's will. The throng agrees.
I'm leaving.
Summon me if you dare.
Such
Oh, and
ignorance.
these are all the armies that Malakai cracked off of them, but...
Demon Slayer. Come with. No. Malakai Makaisson. I what?
And of course there's... Oh, not the dog burglar.
Past is the
Asking out for whom the bell tolls.
innovate.
And I'm like, that's right, I'm Malakai. I can do hilarious things like
Axes, lads.
have foreign replenishment. Man, you know...
I see wisdom eludes you.
My axe thirsts for war. We can't all have a chronicler like Doctrine, can we? Let's show
I'm like, where you at, Elspeth?
I can't.
Trying to find you, girl.
for the wisdom of Valaya.
Here we are. Yeah.
You touch me. You touch.
Her army is so respectable, but yeah. Yeah, let's go ahead and end it now before I get too tempted. Before we start again, depending on when we do it, we will likely do, you know, another building pass and oath gold and equipment on people pass, you know, through things, which is a good off-camera thing to do, right? A little off-camera mining where we get, you know, our old guards tankards and assign them out to people. And then, over the intern, when we see some army that I've never heard of being attacked, we can think maybe they've got some items. Because honestly, there have been a fair few fights where we won by a shoestring, and it was because of regen or, you know, because of any old other thing. Just like any other time in the game, you know, the real good stuff comes right when you don't realize you need it. So I'm going to prove that I'm doing it by buying the Oath Code now. This will let you know that I didn't just, like, abscond from the store with a bunch of perfectly designed things for us. But anyway, and you hit escape a lot, because if you enter a lot, then it'll Iron Rock? Ah, yes, of course. Well,
Bane of Ting.
good indeed. And of course the old Confederate saw here. Marius Weber probably gonna attack there, but you know, he won't get too far in.
My anger.
This guy's anger burns bright. Why am I still moving? We're supposed to stop. Well, you know, because the further we go, the higher chance that I end up doing something and then staying up way too late. That's the whole point. No, we're going to stop right now. We've got control of the Ordwolf Road. So it would be nice... No, because we need a whole nother turn to get control of this. And that'll be... You know, we're trying to retake the realms, but we're making progress, right? We are. We were quite sincerely attempting to do it.
My king acts. Aye, it were better our
But good. Man, that's you know, we've certainly struck out more with these last turns, but that's the thing, you know, we're using our incredibly large army count not just to be funny, but, you know, decently for tempo. Okay, so Slaanesh Realm, you've got this up here, and then all of this as well, it looks like. And then the Maelstrom, and then we'll have Tzeentch's Realm there. So I thought Slaanesh's Realm looked smaller. That's Albion. That's Albion. Oh, okay. Yeah, Slaanesh's Realm looks smaller. This just looks like it's gonna be over pretty soon. Well, so much the better that we sent Gotrek and Felix to the Nurgle realm, right? Yes, it is indeed about the architecture and the quality of the realm, I suppose. You know, the perfect sculpt goes a long way is something that I have heard people have to say. But good stuff. What an amazing campaign. I can't stand how fun it is. You know, and it's giving me, you know, because I often get a little bored at the end of a campaign, which the end of this campaign could have been defined as a very long time ago, but it's nice to get to play against endgame armies with lots of different in-game armies, because it just feels like, you know, if you're playing on a normal map, even if you have like one big foe at the end, once they're gone, you know, it's like basically just your friends that are left, depending on where you're at, you know. But here, you know, beyond mountains there are mountains, and although we're eventually run out of enemies, you know, right now we knew when we got to the realm of Nurgle that Nurgle would be there. It's unlikely that the computer's going to solve that problem, right? And like when we finish it up and go to Tzeentch, you know, we're going to be brawling there too. I bet Changebringers are pretty good against Thunderbarges, but I bet Thunderbarges are good against Changebringers too. That'll be something that we learn. But anyway, not right now. Right now we end the video so that we can tomorrow do it all again. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. Really hope you've enjoyed. Luke, always a pleasure. Retake the Realms. We're even doing it. This is, you know, when I did my first Malakai campaign, and I felt so proud of me for accomplishing everything that there was to do. I mean, this is better, right? This is so much better. Because with so much more in the world, saving it is all the more valuable. Good night.